Let's get this show on the fucking road tonight. So then, Thump. Caleb Maupin is an anti-Semite. No, I don't care what bitching and whining he's gonna do to prove it otherwise, or no, because he never actually argues the points or consolidates anything. It's all this dismissive crap. But basically, what we're gonna do now, because someone has gone through the hassle of looking at Shitpin's book, making sure the volume levels are good. There we go. So yeah, so someone has done the favor of looking at this book for me. We're just gonna watch them talk about it, and then if I have anything to add, I'll add a few bits and pieces. But I just thought, nice easy way of me showing that. Oh look, there's some material talking about his anti-Semitic stuff. Is for me to just show you this stuff. It's less hassle on everyone's asses. So we'll get raw into it, I think. Internet professional.
Right. So, today. Gosh, I'm excited, everyone. Today I am going to be reading a book. And I'm gonna have some friends along to help me to read, because I cannot do it myself. I never learned. Right, let me just tell them. So, the book we're going to be reading today, for those who haven't caught up and don't know, is this the theory thing I've been hearing about? Yes, we're going to read some theory. That's right. This is it. We're going to finally sit down together and just all learn some theory today. That's exactly what's going on. Okay, so today I have a few guests with me. Hello?
That's why the catchphrase for the series is "Gotta catch 'em all."
Hello?
Oh, right. That sounds... I don't know enough about Yu-Gi-Oh! To dispute that.
Can you all hear me okay?
Yeah.
How are we all doing, pals?
Doing pretty good.
Why can't I get this to match the size of my screen?
So why don't you all introduce yourselves? Jess and Mildred and Sam. Well, you all do kind of the jobs, right?
Sure.
One sec, sorry, I'm just having slight tech issues.
Happens to the best of us.
Well, no, you see, he's not a Semite, he's an anti-Semite, you see.
Okay.
It's not a leftist stream without tech issues.
Hey, I'm here.
Wouldn't be an Arab.
Wow, you look great.
Thank you.
Maybe a self-hating Arab.
You're all YouTubers. Some more famous than others. Obviously, Jess, the most well-known of us, world famous, big celebrity.
Happy to be here.
You all know what book we're reading today. I haven't sandbagged any of you with it. I'm not. You can swear that I'm not surprising you suddenly with this. Oh wait, I've just been reminded. My partner.
I was
reminded
suddenly
me just before I went
surprised by
live.
this book.
I need you all to promise something, that none of you want to kill Caleb Maupin.
I do. I'm only joking.
This is really important.
Yeah.
This has been a serious concern.
God
And we
damn
all need to be
it!
clear
Now that
about
I've
this,
made
that
that
none of
joke,
us-
now that I've made that joke, I wonder are we gonna see Caleb go and throw a fucking hissy? Because they'll clip that. They'll clip the I do. So is this a struggle session reacting to it? No, this isn't a struggle session. A struggle session would be me getting with someone I'm aligned with, or at least get along with, and having it out. No, this is lampooning or lampshading. I'm just straight up showing people how he is. Like in this, so Caleb wrote a book where apparently the 2008 economic crash was caused by evil Jewish bankers. But the way he hides this is he calls them evil Israeli bankers. Um, Missing the fact that he's stopping the paper trail a bit short there. I mean, Israel, anything that they do goes back to the US. That's the source. But he's doing that US thing where they're like, oh, it's Israel that's weighing down our society. They do this 1945. Everything went to shit because fucking Israel. And it's like, what? The most beneficial fucking what's it? The person who benefits the most out of the relationship is the fucking Americans. President Lahoud legit said it's Jews. Well, he is doing an oof, but it wouldn't surprise me if Caleb supported him in that. I mean, he's very fond of Louis Farrakhan.
Yeah.
Want
And
Caleb?
Louis Farrakhan's problematic because he's managed to inspire a lot of black people. I mean, fucking Muslim Brotherhood's done a lot of good things for people. I mean, especially when it was under Ali Muhammad, or even better when it was gonna be under Malcolm Shabazz. But Louis Farrakhan is a Holocaust denier. Like not someone who said a few bad things on Jews. He's quite literally a fucking Holocaust denier. Well, your best president in history fucking did an oof. You shouldn't be doing the anti-Semitism. It's fascist. Literally, to say that the Jews are the problem is a fascist excuse. Nothing else. Fucking hell. Israel isn't even Jewish. It's fucking English Protestant. Yeah, of course it's not. But Caleb seems to think it is. Caleb thinks fucking like there's the evil ones and there's the good ones, and we've got to pick. He's doing that shit that modern fascists do, where I mean, he's doing the one where he doesn't support Zionism, but normally they do it the other way around, where they support Zionism and they find us a Jewish group in their own country to do. He's doing what I see with a lot of American fascists, where they try and pin their problems onto Israel, and then claim that America would be fixed if Israel would just fuck off. But then they would also support the existence of Israel so that they can get rid of Jews from their own nation. Basically similar to what Britain was in the 1910s to 1940s. Just because we made it Israel and signed the Balfour Declaration, it did not make us any less anti-Semitic. Actually, it made us more. Because as soon as we signed that declaration, it was like, well, you got somewhere to go, fuck off. That's the way we were with them. But yeah, on the so point, what I was getting at is that, like, I'm saying that he would go out, like, he's going to end up going out his way to find comfort in these people that push anti-Semitic stuff. I mean, Louis Farrakhan, for example, is a problematic guy because, like, say, Islamic Brotherhood's inspired a lot of people for fucking decades, and still now does food things for people. But Louis Farrakhan, who was once a CIA asset, might I add, he has inspired a lot of African people in America and in other places to be anti-Semitic and to blame the Jews for the problems of America today. So it's sort of one of them. Basically, what happened was Caleb was going to choose someone with problematic views to say, this person has problematic views, but I support the contributions their ideas put out forward. And rather than choosing Karl Marx's anti-Semitism, he chose Louis Farrakhan. Karl Marx, whilst he did dub on the Jewish question and was the guy who come up with that term, he didn't deny Holocausts and he didn't deny Jewish persecution. So he would have been a much more defendable person, but no. Caleb didn't choose Karl Marx, the obvious choice. He chose Louis Farrakhan, a much harder to defend figure. That'd be YouTube because I haven't touched it. I didn't even see it. I have my chat uncensored and YouTube still won't fucking post everyone's things.
Caleb Maupin dead.
Yeah, and my heart goes out to him for the harassment he's suffered. Like, for example, when he talked about people recognizing him places and asking him to leave other places.
That does sound hard.
It's a
That's
nightmare.
difficult
Yeah.
stuff.
You never
You
want
know,
to.
Imagine.
It's been so many times I've been asked to leave, and I've been noticed and spoken to by people. You know, those day-to-day things that everyone fucking goes through.
For sure.
Yeah, nobody should have to go through that, quite honestly.
So,
And
today...
we all know that Caleb Maupin is the Vin Diesel of communism, let's be real. He gets stopped by everyone. Everyone is asking for his autograph. Maupin has an FDR body pillow. It's a very sticky FDR body pillow. Seems like you've got 4 Maupinites. I'm collecting them, you see. I'm collecting them. Just like Maupin's collecting every fucking release of the Roosevelt body pillows. I wonder if he likes Roosevelt's father as well, fucking Theodore Roosevelt. Does he have like a bust of like Roosevelts in his house? You know, like how the British fascists all have busts of Mosley around. I got a lecture about contacts. I'd rather do that. Well, you know, lectures are more useful than me just fucking shitting around, I'll tell you that. Even if it's the funny and I'm shitting on the ginger weasel. You've got 2 LGBT and 2 soy looking at. You do know soy is in like every fucking food you eat. You're a fucking soy looking ass motherfucker. Everyone's a soy looking ass motherfucker. And actually, 3 of them there are LGBT. I love you too, bro. See, the non-binary ones are always going to be harder for you to fucking do your funnies on. Actually, I think all 3 of them might be non-binary that are LGBT. I can't remember. I only know 2 of them there. The one at the top left is unbeknownst to me, and the bottom right geezer ain't got a clue. I don't need to know them to hear them. But I don't have the mental capacity to watch this. You might, but I wouldn't advise it, especially if you've got a lecture. I'd put your mental capacity to your lecture, fam. Get them words in your old noggin.
We're reading a book that Caleb wrote a while ago, and it's a
doozy.
Well, I don't know. So it's called Satan at the Fountainhead.
Fish can't leave the water, nor melons leave the vine. The revolutionary masses can't without the CPI. FDR thought is the sun that always shines. Yeah, well, I mean, so as far as the sun can shine through smog as it clouds the skies of all the factories Caleb wants to build.
The Israel lobby and the financial crisis.
Oh, you'll know they're gonna try and turn me into a Pol Potist now because I turned around and complained about building too many factories. Oh, he's a Malthusian. We need some factories, Caleb. We don't need all the factories. We don't need the everything. And I don't mean we don't need to own the everything. I mean we don't need to build the everything. You know, there's this thing called quantity. That comes into quality. Can't just think of the quality and the quantitative measures. You've got to think of the qualitative measures. You've got to look at the quantitative measures. Simple dialectics, Caleb. You've read Engels, haven't you? It goes on about these measures, quantitative and qualitative reasoning. We'll build a bunch of electric train factories and replace all the diesel trucks. Yeah. And I really... So, I mean, the one thing we got to consider in the future is that the way that we're building tech today is unsustainable. Silicon technology, unless we find a way to successfully recycle the materials, it's too polluting. It's too damaging for the environment. The way to mine for those minerals, it's useless. We may have to find more cheaper, sustainable, and recyclable means to do our tech, which may mean that in the future we may have to dabble backwards into analog technology, just because of it being more mechanical and more replaceable and more repairable and recyclable. The materials can be more manageable. It's not this fancy pants, expensive crap that takes extensive mining, resources that not every country on the planet has the accessibility to. Like, think about it as from computers. Got all these spinning silicon disks, all this other stuff like that. You can run... Oh, I broke some stuff. You could run a computer off just a bit of magnetic tape. Like, all this stuff, all the files, all the stuff running off, you can run that off magnetic tape. You don't need silicon everything. Now, we may need silicon chips and stuff. That may not be replaceable. I don't think we found a way to deal with that shit yet. But if we could reduce, let's say, for hard drives and use magnetic tape, which there actually are new magnetic tape hard drives coming out that are pretty sick. Anything like that mitigates the environmental damages of the world, we should go along them paths, because logically we have no choice, and they're really good ideas, and we have those materials. We have shit ton of iron sitting around, especially with all like the fucking shit we got to scrap, because we've got so much built things that haven't been sold that are sitting in graveyards at the moment, material graveyards. We have plenty of iron. What we don't have is shit tons of silicon coming out of our ass. We're not on a fucking gold mine of electrical equipment materials. That's why we're rampaging for different parts of Africa and Asia to get those materials, and South America as well, to get those materials, because they're rich in those resources. It's some of the only resources we haven't robbed off them yet. Saving resources, force Maupin to own only one suit. Fucking hell. When people start mentioning the suit stuff enough, he always does a video in a t-shirt just to make sure people know that he does have some normal clothes in his wardrobe. But I think it's the same shirt every time, because it always not being a white shirt. I'm out of fucking tea. But no, we need to stop being so indulgent. This is what I hate about these Maupinites. Before we even get into his anti-Semitic remarks, is that they, especially considering his age, you'd think he'd understand these things a little more. Conservation and sacrifice. Like, the world's burning. We're not gonna get there with all the fancy pants shit that we've got today. As it is today, we've got to find fancier fucking ways of doing things, and it may come through a much harder medium, much more limiting mediums. Imperialism may have given people this greater accessibility to this flamboyance in life, but unfortunately, we've got the choice: anti-imperialism or stealing off the fucking poor to enjoy that flamboyance in life. At the end of the day, you choose the other path. You're supporting imperialism, which is already goes into Maupin being terrible and anti-communistic as it is anyway. I'd keep my current phone for the rest of my life, not for the planned obsolescence. Wait. This is my phone. I'm balling with a flipper. Now that will last me for my life.
Which is a title you need to like digest for a minute, I feel.
Yeah.
It's a special one. It's pretty interesting. There's a lot going on in that title. Um, Mildred, maybe you have like more like experience with like has he I'm unclear on what his defenses or like denials or anything around this book are. Like I saw someone saying something, but I wasn't sure if he'd actually said it. It was a claim to do with like, so basically I'd heard that he wanted this book to be inaccessible because some people had told him that it could be perceived as anti-Semitic. Possibly. Have you heard that?
No, though I will say it wouldn't be the first time that Caleb has lent some of his considerable
Tube sequel, Steve Hassan at the slime. Well, I have you. You are aware that slime is an anti-proletarian, thing. Caleb said so. I mean, he says that he likes Eugene Debs. He should read what Eugene Debs says about sewer socialists, which is a very nice double entendre from Eugene Debs. Fucking round of applause to that geezer on that one. He's calling them shitty, but it was also because they used to go on about fixing the sewers rather than revolution, and he disgust was his response. But I mean, to really get into Caleb, I mean, the picture I used for the thumbnail, the Dugan conference. Well, little spoiler into something that we'll be talking about a bit more when I have I'm gonna have an ex CPI member come on stream, talk about how much more of a problem Caleb is than we've considered. Well, on Caleb's left, when they're at that conference, he's sat next to a French geezer, I do believe so. Well, I mean, for the group that they're in, and from what I've been told, is that he was I can't remember if it was the leader or not. He was a member of, at least, of Action Français. Action Français is is a French monarchist group that helped the Nazis commit genocide on the Western Front during World War II. So, I mean, big fucking red flags there. I mean, if the Nazbol on his right wasn't fucking bad enough, he's literally got actual monarchist fascists on his left at a joint Eurasian conference. So, I mean, everyone's noticed Dugan, but I mean, only a few people, and I didn't notice until I was told by the guy I'm gonna be having come on. The motherfucking Action Français. Yeah. So that should paint a picture as to where this is gonna go.
respectability to anti-Semitic talking points.
And remember to reject slime. But has confirmed that monarchy is socialist. Then why does he not like the fact that the British monarchy took over the American Revolution in some arbitrary year? He hasn't given us the year yet. I really want him to put a year to when the British supposedly took back over America. Just so I can dissect where the madness is coming from there. Can someone please get Huz to debate me on this? I really want to discuss the British Empire's takeover of America with them, and solely that. It'll be fucking great. We'll have a lovely discussion. I can drink tea just to be erroneous and fucking have a laugh. I should call him an Amerimut and see if he does the funny.
And figures. Famously, there's, of course, Alexander Dugin, who is absolutely an anti-Semite, and curiously enough, also a hardcore Zionist.
Yeah.
And there's Louis Farrakhan. He also expressed support for, but did qualify that support, saying that Farrakhan has, and I quote, said some things about the Jews I don't agree with.
Well, I mean, if he doesn't agree with them, then
See what I mean? This is the thing I was getting at earlier, that I wasn't the word the best. You know, there's a big difference between like being like, okay, I like some of the stuff that they did for the Islamic people, for the African people and Islamic people in America, but the Holocaust denialism is terrible and does this, that, and the other for people. Because I can sit there and accept that and accept Louis Farrakhan, even though he's problematic and likely has links to the shit. He he still inspired people and things like, but when you say some things about the Jews I don't disagree with, not only is that very dismissive and not really caring and empathetic of the way that you're looking at anti-Semitism, but you're saying you're saying denying the Holocaust amounts to some things about the Jews. No, a denial of one of the worst, if not the worst, genocide to ever happen against the Jews. I maybe that's fucking problematic a little more than some things. But this isn't the content of this. We're going to get into his book, Satan at the Fountainhead. Now, it's great because Satan's involved and he's always causing trouble. Mind you, the before this dualistic idea of Satan came into Christianity, Christianity was a very non-dualist sort of faith around things. It looked at, God in the way that the Jews do, where he's all-encompassing. It's complicated. Satan's more of a tag-on. Like, it doesn't make sense that he was ever added. I mean, surely, like, it can't be to prevent people from doing wrong, because philosophy already accounts that there's a right and a wrong to attain to. It's complicated. I know Lord of the Dead makes sense, but Lord of the Dead isn't not supposed to be someone who's evil. I mean, normally they're tragic figures, but they're not supposed to be evil. Complicated stuff. Not really the topic of the video, but I just love how, like, emphatically satanic everything has to be whenever the fucking Christians have the problem with something.
I mean, that's
There you go. Enough said.
That's something. That's something, isn't it?
And listen, I don't know. I like the guy. I don't like all of his opinions about whether or not the Holocaust happened. But other than that, I like the guy. What can I say?
He's doing better than Jay Electronica. So,
you know what? Why don't we just dive in a little bit? I'm gonna take us to a particular page. Oh, I gotta find it. So there's a problem here in that, as I was alluding to already, Caleb doesn't want people to read the book, or maybe that's what's going on. The book is very expensive. It's currently, I think, listed on Amazon at $900. There was a very interesting
that's a steal.
Yeah, I mean, that's value for this tasty read. There was an interesting thing I actually noticed was that Mildred and Lance did a stream together talking about Caleb a little while ago, and actually looked up the price on stream, and it was very expensive then, but it was $100 then, and he's actually put the price up since then. Now, if this is as I've seen friends of him claim that it's because he doesn't want people to read it, I don't know. Maybe his views have changed, or maybe his views are the same and he doesn't want people to.
Right.
Okay. Either way,
I would maybe also, if my opinion changed in a book I had published, I might clarify that publicly and say, like, hey, I wrote some shit I no longer believe.
I can still hear the video, so if I have to run over and say something, I'll press play again. But I'm just gonna be making a cup of tea while it's playing. Like, I'll be over there, so I'm not doing a Hassan where I go and fucking make myself a fucking dinner while someone's video is going.
I mean, I read his BreadTube book on stream a little while ago, and I don't know how much how much that you folks have read. It's it's not very edited. It feels very much like you wrote it in the sort of Jack Kerouac style of just like bang this out in 24 hours on no sleep.
Yeah.
So like I feel like it wouldn't be that hard. Like he's a fairly prolific writer in that regard. And so I feel like it wouldn't be that hard for him to issue some corrections if it was just that his views had changed, which like that would be
right.
Fine,
The guy publishes 3 books before breakfast, so like he completely could. I know that in the BreadTube book he alleged that we are all funded by the CIA, BreadTube as a movement, but I haven't read it myself. I've only watched other people their breakdown. Sam, are there important like notes that we should have on that? I mean,
not really. Like it's such a weird like circuitous argument. Like there's like it's very strange the types of people who he includes. Like there's people who it's like you would obviously expect as like main people to talk about in like if you're talking about like BreadTube. There's a lot about there's a big section that's like just extremely feels very mean-spirited about Mildred, that's like just like publishing as much information as he could about you, where it's very much you get the feeling of like if he could have doxed you hard.
Yeah, he went around trying to find as much information as he could on him, and he's like, oh, his mother had been involved in criminal history. And? Caleb, are you a communist or are you a fucking white Christian fucking evangelical? Make your mind up. Oh, she had some involvement in petty bourgeois crime. And? Like, seriously, someone please make me an argument as to why that's a problem. Like, innately. For someone who's an anarchist, like, their parents were involved in petty crime. But according to Caleb, big things. Before he goes on again about how slime is unrevolutionary. Working guys are working to get rid of slime. Oh, you got this fucking gimped up ginger cunt in a suit going on about fucking what the working class are trying to get rid of. I don't think it's slime. Now, we do have a problem with these sewer socialists promising people all sorts of shit that they don't want to deliver.
Harder he would have.
Oh, he would. I'm just wondering, what do you think I did that made him mad?
I don't know, bud. It's a mystery. It's a mystery. You and he were such good friends before.
It's shocking revelation.
Yeah.
The like CIA thing, like he talks a lot about Faraday Speaks, who is it's very strange to like I have no problem with Caleb. I talked to him a bit, but like it's also like he's a bit of a strange person to include in like a BreadTube who's who, but it's because through him he's able to make some connection to some guy who in some way worked with the CIA or was like influential in something, and from there that's how he's able to make the whole connection.
So a lot of conspiratorial jumps around.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Would it shock you for me to tell you that this book functions in a somewhat similar way, jumping around from seemingly unconnected topics, implying that there is some sort of sinister network? Would that be a surprise? I don't know. Anyway, so as we discussed, the book is somewhat expensive, and the best we've been able to get our hands on is an incomplete scan of the pages. Not everything is there, and I mean this truly. If on the
we all know what's gonna happen next. Oh, but all the book was in there. How could you make a criticism? Yeah, what's the word that they use now? Is it chimp clipping or something like that? I can't remember. No, mind you, it's like 20 pages out of a 400-page book, but Was it 200 and something? I don't know. The guy writes for a lot of time. Maupin wants FDR's slime. Maupin already has several jars of FDR's slime that he scraped off his dead corpse himself.
Like 20 missing pages. Caleb is like, the rest of this book is satire. If the then I am just uncomplicatedly sorry. So I thought we could start with a section he called "What is Anti-Semitism?" Because I think that a lot of people's concerns going in here is going to be that this book might be anti-Semitic. And there's a section about that. There's a section about anti-Semitism. So we should get right in with that. See, that's the thing. I think if I were structuring this book and I were thinking about that concern, I might put that section like quite near the start. To be like, I know that you guys are worried about. I mean, that's why I'm doing the stream this way around. It's on like page 269. Nice. It's very late into the book. Let's have a read of it. Okay.
Also, just it's always good when you have to define what anti-Semitism is
Oh,
in your
well-
book. It's
well-
a good sign.
Well, let's listen to
Good
his.
sign.
Let's see how he does it. Let's see what a good job he does. So, what is anti-Semitism? One mistaken and confused aspect of Zionist propaganda is redefining the term anti-Semitism itself. Anti-Semitism has been redefined mainly due to the work of Zionists. Sorry, I can't be doing the voice on every mention of Zionists, because it's like every third word in this book, but as a term referring to ethnic, religious, or racial bigotry against Jews, most people in the modern world use the term anti-Semitism with this simplistic definition. Let's learn some more about what anti-Semitism is. Historically, however, anti-Semitism has a very different definition. Anti-Semitism refers to a political movement that began in the 1870s in Western Europe. The anti-Semites argued that the reason for rising poverty as well as the decline of traditional morality was a conspiracy by Jews. The reason the word anti-Semitism was used was because the followers of this movement widely believed in the discredited pseudoscience called eugenics. The anti-Semites believed the Europeans were superior to all other races, and this superiority resulted in a higher level.
Just to make this seem less confusing, because he's being academically obscure. This is like turning around and saying, no, saying that like racism is an 18th century thing, because that's when the term racism was most popularly used for the racist movement, for people who were avidly, openly calling themselves racists. No, racism is something that has existed much longer than the word has ever existed. It's one of the oldest foundations of oppression. Anti-Semitism, another thing that has also existed longer than the word has existed. I must remind people, English didn't exist 20,000 years ago. Just in case that had bereft Caleb's mind, that the activity is not doesn't come into existence because the word came into existence. It's the other way around. It's not effect makes cause. It's cause makes multiple causes make multiple effects. Yeah, sausage spittoon.
Of morality. They believed that Jews lacked morality. Sorry, can I just interrupt myself to say, like, Caleb writes so fucking condescendingly all the goddamn time, which is really hard considering how wrong he is about a lot of fucking shit. It's like
It's beautiful.
reading a bunch of factually incorrect stuff written in this tone that's like, you are a baby and an idiot. It's just like, ah.
It's like an undergrad essay is the vibe I get from it.
Yeah, he's I'd love to see his sources and find out that they're all Wikipedia. There's an interesting thing, right, that
Lumpen-Maoists want a loose definition of socialism, but a strict definition of anti-Semitism. An unusually strict one as well, because they're like, wait, no, that's from the eugenic movement in the 19th century. Some bad stuff also happened in the 20th century because of it, but it's a 19th century thing, and it's like, but then socialism is all with like the Dengists and the CCP, where it's like, no, socialism is a concept, a vague one where it jumps and changes dependent on what thing you're criticizing us on, but it's a concept. Fucking the vagueness never fucking ends.
Talking about the history of anti-Semitism, and especially the history of anti-Semitism in Western Europe, one of the definitive texts would obviously be Hannah Arendt's on the origins of totalitarianism, where she talks about the fact that because Christians were forbidden from being moneylenders, Jews in Europe were moneylenders, and so every like noble, every lord, all the aristocrats would have their court Jew who handled all their money for when they wanted to do wars and shit. And then like it's a racist reimagining of the power structure that people looked at the Jews who had money and just basically put it the other way around. Instead of the king needs money and he gets it for this, it's like the king's Jewish treasurer is the one really pulling the strings. Is the really simplistic version of what Arendt says. It's interestingly absent here.
Okay, it's a mistake of how feudalism works. And mind you, Jewish people weren't the only people who were doing money tendering either. Like, Christians weren't the only people who existed in these older societies, Druids and all sorts. You know, we all have this white Christian prevailment of society, but even within Europe, it wasn't this homogenized fucking unit of society. Everyone's fucking broken off into all their different cultural disparities. So the way it works is a king literally goes to subject, asks for money. That's it. King has all the control over it. Remember, we're not dealing with finance capital society. This is the interesting thing. And sort of what Sophie alluded to, but didn't go into fully there, is that they are switching it round and back. They're applying finance capital society onto not even industrial capital society. They're applying it onto feudal society, pre-industrial capital. It don't work like that. The king isn't adhered to finance capital. Actually, funnily enough, the king wasn't that adherent to capital, that the only way that they could get the king down and lock them down was with things like the Magna Carta, where people who were owners of capital and generators of that prerogative in society, upper aristocrats, barons, and mercantiles, they would band together to apply pressure points onto the king, and they wouldn't do it by, oh, we've given the king money, so now we have position of control over it. What they would do is they'd come together and they force the king to sign something that would say, I won't break these set of rules, otherwise a motherfucking revolution's gonna start against me. And the bourgeois development in society have been doing that from the 1200s onwards, but the Jews weren't the only people who had been tendering money, and regardless of if they were, it was they were used and abused for that purpose. They weren't controllers of society. Learn feudal society. The king had absolute say. Well, more specifically, the lords of the land who were under the rule of the king had the final say. Why do you think the aristocrats love neo-feudalism whenever they do fascism? They literally fucking had the time of their life during feudalism. They just got to run the fucking show. Like, it's not like today where the biggest billionaires and businessmen have all the fucking freedom and they have to fucking, to stay an aristocrat, unless you're one of those upper aristocrats like Caleb, whose life's already been paid off for you, they got to work their absolute life off. They still got to work their life away to keep their luxuries. I'm not feeling sorry for them because they've got shit tons of luxuries and they're doing really well for themselves, but they still have to work their lives away to keep it. Now, it might not be useful labor that they're doing. It might just be completely useless shit that they went and got a really expensive college degree for. I don't fucking know. fucking first world society is a funky one. Maybe they got somewhat useful with their college degree and they're just overpaid in that job to keep them in that lofty position. Regardless, they'll throw their life away and they'll work day in, day out, regardless of how much you pay them, because they'll pay themselves out every month for the nicer and nicer things that they get accessibility to, and they get more pay. It obviously costs more money. That eventually just levels them out, and they'll still be living paycheck to paycheck. That's why I hate it when I hear Americans going paycheck to paycheck. Like, what does that mean? Like, literally, the capitalism is set up to function in a way where everyone will spend themselves paycheck to paycheck, regardless of what you're paid, unless you're literally rich. Unless you're literally rich, you probably spend yourself out every month, arse end, because you'll just buy better and more expensive things when you got more money. Especially if you're deep in capitalist realism and consumerism is all you fucking know.
Here, I'm just pointing that out. I'm just like quickly summing that up because it's interestingly absent here. And I would again have put that history there because it's important to understand how people who are going after the people in power can go wrong into anti-Semitism. This is why we call, right? This is why.
Please go properly.
People call it the socialism of fools, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, back on it.
I mean,
go on. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
No,
oh,
you.
I mean, it's just like, yeah, sorry, just jumping ahead a little bit. I was just getting the paragraph, and I just, yeah, was not quite expecting. This is an argument I've seen with like, some other people who have. It's a wild take that is just like people accuse someone who clearly does not like Jewish people of being an anti-Semite, and their response is, "I'm not an anti-Semite because Jews aren't Semitic."
Yeah.
It's also a way of dodging the accusation, because what he's doing here is divorcing bigotry against Jews from anti-Semitism, so that when people say you're an anti-Semite, he can say, no. Even if I am bigoted against Jews, anti-Semitism is a specific political tendency that I don't ascribe to.
Right, absolutely. Like I'm talking about the networks of power around the world and how Israel is influencing things. Semites are an ethnicity from the Middle East, including many different peoples, not just Ashkenazi Jews. Yeah.
By the way, let me clarify. I'm not accusing Caleb at this point of being bigoted against Jews, although I suspect he may be.
Okay.
I'm merely saying that if I were in his position and I was attempting to make this argument, that wouldn't be the line of, it's
fascinating because I told my partner about this, and my partner, her mom's family is Jewish, and I mean, frankly, being the like centrist / chud that I was when I met her, she taught me a lot of social justice stuff, including like points on anti-Semitism. I read her a little bit of this.
Hello there. No, I didn't think about this, but I should probably add you two as mods, and then if anyone starts causing trouble, yeah, you fucking deal with them, right? Fucking have them.
She's just like, oh, so it's a handbook for anti-Semites. So it's just a guide to how to deflect from accusations of being an anti-Semite. Then, right. Let me get back to this. So, high level of morality. They believed that Jews lacked morality because they were not white Europeans, but actually Semites, an archaic term for people from the Middle East. The anti-Semites, interestingly, did not only distrust Jews and consider them to be immoral, they believed that Persians and Arabs were also Semites and possessed the same proclivities. The goal of anti-Semites was to purge European societies like France, Germany, and Britain of Semitism. They sought to remove Jews and others deemed inherently immoral due to their ethnic heritage from positions of political and economic power. This stuff is all really interesting, and you should bear in mind that Caleb acknowledges the history of specifically tying, Semites to being immoral compared to the standards of Western Europe. Because in a couple of pages... No, okay, we'll get there anyway. Go on.
This kind of like, it kind of reminds me of like I saw a Peter Coffin post, good friend of Caleb Maupin's, they posted about how, like, Caleb Maupin, can't be a Noswell because Noswells were, like, a specific political movement at, like, a specific time. Like, it's the same argument of, like, oh, this person can't be a Nazi. The Nazis were,
Yes,
like,
it really, really exhausting. Two
But
notes
it's also
on.
a
Go on.
completely like wrong argument because the Noswells are still a party.
Yes.
If there's been multiple parties that call themselves Noswells, there is one currently is led by the guy that Caleb spoke with, like, and he agrees with and capes for all the time.
Two notes on Peter Coffin. I believe in their bio it says any all, so they've changed that. But the last time I was publicly correcting people about Peter's pronouns, they called me a virtue signaling cunt. So maybe it's not that worthwhile. And second note, can I get some fuck Peter Coffins in chat? So let's carry on. The goal did that one. Did that one. Right. Anti-Semitism remained a strong current in the so-called right wing of European society for roughly 50 years. Eventually, we will see this come back, right? So-called right wing. Like, I don't entirely know if he's just denying that.
Shut up, I'm funny.
The right wing exists. I don't. Anyway, eventually, in Germany and elsewhere, anti-Semitism merged itself with the political theory of fascism. Though Benito Mussolini, who coined the term fascism, had originally denounced anti-Semitism,
actually, it was
the
Gentile.
National Socialist German Workers' Party of Adolf Hitler.
I swear, do they do this on purpose? Like, everyone, like, such milquetoast, like, understanding of history every time I hear someone go, Mussolini, who coined fascism. No, Gentile coined fascism. Mussolini helped. He was there. He was a part of it. Mussolini and Gentile were working together on it. But if you just mention Mussolini, you're just doing the basic. It's Gentile. Gentile was like the mastermind behind it all. Like, you can't be mentioning the origins of fascism and not mention the guy who wrote the fucking manifesto. Like, there'd be like looking at the origins of World War II and ignoring Hitler. We'll just talk about Himmler. We won't even acknowledge that Hitler exists. We'll just talk about Heinrich Himmler.
The British Union for Fascists, led by Oswald Mosley, embraced the theories of anti-Semitism as an explanation for economic and cultural decay. And then I just want to like kind of skip along a little bit. Basically,
but hold on, he's not even bringing up like the Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion or like the Dreyfus Affair or any of like the actual historical antecedents of anti-Semitism.
Yeah, this is like this. It so does feel like educated from Wikipedia because it's so like there's just none of the actual history of anti-Semitism in this section whatsoever.
I think it's more so that he's being purposefully obscure. Like, does anyone really believe that Caleb is that stupid that he doesn't know what anti-Semitism is? Or, like, doesn't know the history of anti-Semitism? Think anyone think he's that stupid? This guy's, like, university educated. He's been all around the world. He's an active news presenter. He's read shit tons of literature. I don't think he's that stupid. I think he understands well and truly what he's doing. I mean, you can tell that it's an afterthought that he even considered to apply a what is anti-Semitism to the book, because it didn't come as an introduction at the start, which you think it would be. You know, you're talking about like problems of politics from this retrospect. You think if he was really concerned about it, it would be one of his first things to go on about is the issues of anti-Semitism. Oh shit, I keep hitting the mouse. But you know, the it's slapped on at the end, and it's purposefully written to divorce anything that he's going on about from anti-Semitism by saying that anti-Semitism is time locked. It's from a period. Mind you, there's not even a specific period he could pin it to, because you can't just talk about the 20th century without talking about the 19th century. You can't talk about what happened in the 19th century without talking about what happened in the 20th century, which is already not more than 2 periods. You've got like 4 or 5 periods in between there, different time zones. I mean, like the early 1800s, mid 1800s, early 1900s, and the mid 1900s are very different fucking times to each other because of the advancements we were making in society, and also because of the advancement of 1917. The Soviet Revolution massively changed a lot of retrospects within society, and also ramped up anti-Semitism because of the right wing response to communism was to exclude it as this Jewish conspiracy, and then started attacking anyone who was Jewish as evil communists. It was one of the Nazis' main riding points of trying to attack the Jews and increase the already existent blame in Germany against the Jews for World War II. I mean, they were blaming the Jews for World War II before the World War One. Sorry, they were blaming the Jews for World War One before the war had even ended, because of the people who were Jewish, who were anti-war in general, who didn't want anything to do with the war because of their principles, of course. But the system went out of their way to make sure that they blamed their pacifism as somewhat of being the part of them being somewhat evil because of their Jewry. But basically a continuation of a long-standing history of centuries of anti-Semitism. So realistically, can't talk about the 19th century without talking about the 18th century. Can't talk about the 18th century, 17th century. Go on, back and forth, back and forth. You can't talk about it all until you're going all the way back to fucking Rome, and before then, all the way back to Egypt. It's history, and it all intersects. And as we see now, as anti-Semitism rises against Arab people, it rises against Jewish people as well. So even when they're going to direct their anti-Semitism towards the Arabic people, it will always come with a drive upwards of anti-Semitism towards Jewish people. I've seen the correlation. As anti-Semitism against Arabs has gone up, anti-Semitism against Jews has gone up. And I've really come to think about this. When it comes to like racism, sexism, and ableism, the more recent generations can be some of the worst for it. Like the compounding respect that exists in society today is fucking terrible. And Caleb is preying on that shit. He's preying on the way in which people of the modern era are thinking on a much more bombastic and right wing basis. It's to catch cream and crop. It's and you know, this shit is straight up. He's offhanding himself. Like, since when? Like, who in their fucking right mind actually thinks that anti-Semitism is just a thing of the last 200 years? Because even bourgeois education doesn't teach you that shit. Bourgeois education even will teach you that it's been thousands of years of fucking trouble. Now, bourgeois education will also support Israel, so it can only go as far as you can fucking throw it, which isn't that far, but even they'll admit that the fucking anti-Semitism is real. Like, he's playing a very, very, very white supremacist offhander here. Let's see how much worse it gets, because I'm bibble babbling.
The next section there is called "Israel Distorts the Global Conversation," which is interesting.
I'm out of tea.
Extreme right wing, again, like, I just don't know. Anyway, where anti-Semitism
This was a big thing in the BreadTube book, where like he like very much was like very critical of like basically anyone who's like calling like calling like the like.
This guy seems like they got a budget Big Joel. I don't care that he has a different name. He is now Budget Big Joel. Budget Joel.
Like far right of like American politics Nazis or like fascists. There's like very much being like, oh, they believe in this, like kept calling like this so-called like fascist conspiracy, or like saying like, oh yeah, like the leftists believe in this like wild nonsensical like conspiracy theory that Nazis have infiltrated the American government, and like it's just so wild the amount of like defense he runs for actual far right people.
Yeah, this is like a broader element of Maupin thought for sure, but it's like I noticed the way that he says the way he talks about anti-imperialism, really similar. Like, he's doing this signaling to other fascists. He's just signaling to them without saying things explicitly. So
Yo, this is weird. So I don't know any of the censors on my chat. People are allowed to swear, all the other stuff like that. When I put "fuck Peter Coffin" in the chat, YouTube said no. Like I typed it, I pressed enter, and compute said no. And it got deleted. My own message in my own chat. The fuck, YouTube? Yeah, the fuck you, YouTube didn't post either. What? Am I not allowed to post the word fuck? Oh no, there we go. Fuck you, YouTube. Well, I can tell YouTube to fuck off, but I can't say fuck Peter Coffin. There we go. It worked this time. Okay. YouTube was being a funny. I say that. What?
So he'll talk about anti-imperialism, and he'll be like, "I will
I
never
don't know how it's
disavow
spelled.
another anti-imperialist," and it's like,
See, it worked this time. Don't know what happened the last time. Fucking Google failed me.
right. So you won't, as long as someone's an anti-imperialist, you won't disavow them for a genocidal regime, for bigotry, for just not being a leftist at all, for anything, right? And
But
who is
if
an
they make fun
anti-imperialist?
of the way you say burger in a video.
Yeah.
It's just gonna be great for the people watching it afterwards, because they'll hear me be like, "I'm gonna put fuck Peter Coffin" in the chat, and then they won't see it appear in the chat until 20 minutes later. That's if anyone ever watches my videos for any longer than the 2 minutes they normally do. I don't have a very high retention rate. Not that I could give a shit.
Well, then it's
You know, I'm here to deliver a message. People will eventually be asked to listen to it if they want to. I'm hoping to get more streamlined, but I can't write scripts myself because I'm no good at it. But we're hoping to find ways around my disabilities to get my ramblesome messes into more scriptic order. And then hopefully I can do 20 to 30 minute videos, which are more consumable and less energy consuming on my end as well.
it's open season.
And all bets are off.
That's what I'm saying. And then if you can define who's an anti-imperialist, then it's up to you. So you're just signaling to everyone, I won't disavow you for the things other people will disavow you for. I only disavow people for pointing out the way I said Borger.
Burger King.
Okay, so the extreme right wing, where anti-Semitism found its political home during its height, largely rejects anti-Semitism in the 21st century. That's just a fascinating sentence. I'm just gonna read it again. I'm just gonna read that one over again. The extreme right wing, where anti-Semitism found its political home during its height, largely rejects anti-Semitism in the 21st century.
I have so many questions about this sentence.
Please, no, I mean, ask
Citation
me some
needed.
questions.
Okay, so first of all, we're talking about the extreme right wing where anti-Semitism found its political home. Okay, so we're talking about fascism.
Yes.
Like, that's very clear.
Yes.
Is that, you put that in quotes, is it not extreme? Or...
Why isn't he using the word fascism continuously to describe the situation? He's like, the extreme right wing vague description definition, even though everyone should be aware what he's talking about. But that shouldn't mean that you should be allowed to be vague. Like, I mean, you obfuscating information and being academically obscure is limits people's capacity to understand the information that has been delivered to them.
or is it not right wing? I don't.
Well, he
Which-
already
is it
said
not
the
either
so-called
of
right
those?
wing, right? So does he just not believe the right wing exists? I don't know. I just don't know.
Yeah, he put the right wing
just-
in
I feel like I'm reading the
parentheses.
Rosetta Stone.
Why do we,
Yeah.
why do we gotta label everything? You know?
Quotations.
Oh my god! Wait, is it going to be that they don't like they reject anti-Semitism because they're like Zionists? Is that...
Oh, Sam. I knew you would be a treasure to have on this stream. I knew you.
No, it's
I knew
budget
you
Big
would be
Joel,
a treasure
man.
to have on this stream.
Budget Big Joel.
Oh,
Okay.
no.
Oh no.
The British National Party, the most powerful
not
white
say-
nationalist organization in Britain, that's okay, not only rejects anti-Semitism, but actually supports Israel.
There, but yeah, awesome, awesome.
Yeah.
You fuck.
Yeah, okay. So there's a video where it showed like a load of teenage members of the BNP doing like an advertisement thing on YouTube. It should still be on there somewhere. And they go on about how that they support Israel and all that. And in the same video, like it alludes to Jews being a conspiratorial problem in Britain. So they're like, yeah, they support Israel because they want to continue the Balfour Declaration and send Jews away from Britain to Israel. They're ethno-staters. They're fucking fascists. Why would Israel be a problem to them? Israel literally is fucking... The Zionists of Israel literally looked at what the Nazis did to the fucking Jews and were like, why don't we do this to the Palestinians? So I can't see why the Nazis would be pissed off with them if, you know, they're all fucking big friendlies. Yeah, you got it. Oh, I thought I was pressing play on the video again, but I'm not. I'm pressing play on the stream.
Fucking nailed it. And that's not true. I've seen the
not
BNP
at all
talking
true.
about the Jews. I've seen them dissipate.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, a lot of anti-Semites do support Israel because they think all Jews should be sent there.
Because they're trying to speed run the apocalypse. Because the evangelical thing is that if all the Jews get to Israel, then you level skip right to the final boss.
also-
Well, it's
just,
also,
like,
I mean, they
you can
do
get
have
them out
like,
of...
yeah, they do all. Yeah, they want to get them out of like Europe or whatever.
Yeah, it's in the book of Haz. In the book of Haz, yeah, you get all the Jews to Israel and you level skip all the way over to fucking fighting Archimedes.
And they also, real recognize real. They do have like a certain appreciation for a ethno state,
Yeah.
that implements apartheid.
Yes.
There's also like I'm sure that at some point the BNP has come out and said like we don't stand for anti-Semitism in like a press release or something.
Right.
The same way that like
Yeah, because there was actually a time where he was forced to do it, I think in 2011, because he said some really sus things about World War II and had to be like, whoa, guys, I don't support the Mr. Hitler. And then had to like go and try and like save his ass because he was getting shit from everywhere. Because, well, I mean, if you've got to tell people that you don't support the Mr. Hitler, you might want to consider that your ideas may be supporting the Mr. Hitler and you might want to change them. Don't support Hitler, kids. Bad for you. Bad for your brain, bad for your heart, bad for your soul, and it's bad for your fellow human beings. If you support Hitler now, get yourself some medication. There's two ways about it. You stop being a Nazi, or you find a good brick wall and you find a good comrade to help you out with it. Oh, hello, Zidane. Welcome to my rambly abyss of a mess of me trying to fucking communicate with people while having a communication disability. I'm your host, Rambly Retard.
Fascists will always lie about
Yeah.
shit like that.
I
Just to take them at their word.
yeah, that's it.
They said they're not anti-Semitic. So
Does Caleb just believe what fascists publish about themselves, or does he just want his
Literally, yes,
audience
like,
to believe
yes.
what they publish about
Yes, he
themselves?
does.
Like, just keep going back to like the breadtube, but like his thing about like ContraPoints, his like problem with her was just how how to recognize a fascist video, where his thing was like, oh yeah, like you know they're these like so-called leftists are like
Look, see, people get caught up on like the OK sign or the other things like that. It's like, what the most egregious thing he did there was he's like, oh, but if people dressing up and showing other stuff like that that related to the Nazis is them virtue signaling towards Nazi stuff, they were obviously doing it in their thing when literally the whole reason ContraPoints had uniforms for their video on showing how Nazis virtue signal was to show you the things they do to virtue signal. Like, if they were just doing it out of the blue, that would be an own. That would be Caleb. That would be a fucking own. All you basically did was act like a fucking bitchy motherfucker where, like, you're like, what? You think that dressing in a fucking manner that's referable to a time in history is dog whistling to that time in history? Or you dressing like that to show how people dog whistle to that time in history? Is you dog whistling to that time in history? Checkmate. Well, okay, Caleb. Let's go real by this logic. Your fucking dick shafting commando, whatever fucking level he's at. Keaton Manspread. Oh no, sorry, Keaton Mansfield. He dresses like a fucking slaver. So, I mean, what the fuck's he virtue signaling to? He dresses like some hokey pokey southerner slaver, even though he's only some fucking. Is he from like New York or some shit? He's some fucking hokey pokey newsboy and dresses like some fucking guy who carries a whip and says boy when talking to black people. So what the fuck are you guys virtue signaling to? I don't know, fucking. Well, unfortunately, as a communist, I have to know, but I don't really want to fucking know. Like, you got some skeletons in your closet, Caleb, and you need to fucking clear them out, man. But let us all see them first, because we want to know. We want to know what's all the dark side to it all, because this is all what we get to know. There's so much hidden underneath the surface of it all. Just be an open fascist, Caleb. Just be honest. Don't be a fucking, don't lie to us that you're a communist all the time and keep doing fascist stuff. You make it so much easier for us to criticize you and deal with you if you just owned up to your shit. And I could guarantee most of your followers will still support you if you were fascist. Actually, do you know what? If you were just an open fascist, you'd probably get even more followers, you know? Now, you probably wouldn't get the type of followers you're after, but you would get more followers anyway.
completely paranoid. They're saying that like I'm not a fascist is exactly what a fascist would say. Like from this logic, anyone can be called a fascist, and like it's amazing.
If that were the only way to recognize a fascist, yeah.
Also, it's not. So with when it comes to recognizing a fascist, it's not just solely when the point of I'm not a fascist isn't the denial alone. So it's denial through through making inherent distinction from those of other fascist groups. So what they will do is that they won't just dismiss any notion that they're a fascist alone. They will do so by ensuring that they allow you to know that they dismiss this and that Nazism or this and that fascism. Like, they will make themselves distinct from groups that they may even align with down the road. Because, I mean, those groups will do the same. They'll all make themselves distinct from each other until one becomes the most powerful, and then they all line up. So it's how the Nazis come together, and they'll gun down any side that's too left wing, or an opponent. in the case of Strasser, because Strasser wasn't really any different to Hitler or Mussolini. He was just opposition. But the you know, they dismiss each other to distinctify themselves, to rectify of themselves as something different, new, and not quite not quite anything like that. The those that have come before it. Fascism really tries to exude the flexibility that comes with capitalist society onto feudal society. It's that's why they take this mix of this neo-feudal backbone structure with the flexibility of a capitalist market and capitalist industrialized society, and obviously, of course, finance capital and industrial capital extraction as a way to put capitalism on life support.
That's
Yeah.
And Caleb actually ticks a lot of boxes for these for the 21 points of fascism.
Yeah.
Should
Okay.
I should do a stream where I go through that and explain how he hits so many points and how most of the points he doesn't hit are mainly because they're quite descriptively about fascism after it's come into power and can't really apply to fascism before it's in power.
Okay, so he goes on through this section to basically talk about how Israel tries to position themselves as being representative of all Jews, which is a real that's the thing that Israel and supporters of Israel do. They try to claim that attacks on Israel are anti-Semitic. That's true. But then he goes into this thing where he's saying about where he says, throughout his entire existence, the main political target of the anti-Semites was not Zionism, but Marxism. Marxism, viewed as a rejection of religion and the traditional family structure, combined with its call for revolution, was considered to be the most dangerous incarnation of the Semitism these forces opposed. And then he goes on, I think it's on the next page.
They say the traditional family structure, but is there anything traditional about what capitalism has done to the family structure? Like, that sounds like some a liberal conservative would say from the Enlightenment era, where they rewrote the way that we think about our history, but the family structure is not traditional in capitalist society at all. Like, and it certainly wasn't in the late feudal period. Had elements of it still. It's something that I think Maxwell would be the best person for me to do a joint thing on this, where we should talk about how people have really lost the understanding of what the family structure is and how it has been perceived through history, and just also in general talking about how the history of the Middle Ages has been massively obscured by the liberal Enlightenment era, and how they've changed that perception of history to try and dismiss progress caused by religious errors in time, and to try and dismiss the pre-capitalist era as backwards and stagnant. That's where we get this whole Dark Ages idea from, where it was just wholly stagnant and that we weren't making progress. And then the Enlightenment era came along and everyone got smart, which is a pathetic reading of history and the historical revisionism of the truth of history, the historiography of the matter. So that'd be really something that'd be very interesting for me and Maxwell to go through together.
Let me see. Yeah, to say, within Israel itself, Marxism is almost non-existent. So he's kind of doing this strange thing where, like, okay, the right wing doesn't exist. It's the so-called right wing, the extreme right wing, in scare quotes like this. But Israel, who this whole book is about how you should hate Israel are anti-Marxist, and then there's no Marxism in Israel, and right? It's kind of an interesting thing because it's like if you get that Caleb is what he is, which is a fascist trying to use the aesthetics of leftism, it's like he's constructing this network of like the right wing and Israel as like okay, well, I mean,
I'm not anti-Semitic. Actually, the people who are anti-Semitic are actually out to get me. That's what anti-Semitic means.
yeah, it's
Yeah, they're gonna get Antifa to get him, and they're using 4chan to do it.
a difficult part is just to
Oh wait, I should probably because no one can see the fact that I'm smirking. Caleb, I am taking the piss out of you, by the way, before you start thinking that it's actually happening, considering that I don't know whether it's you trying to frame people, which it probably is, or whether you're actually just that crazy and you think that everyone's conspiring against you like this. Antifa's going to get him. Ooh. Maybe you should wonder why anti-fascist action might have a problem with you, Caleb. If that is the case, is anyone aware of Antifa ever stopping him or the AFA ever stopping him? That'd be funny. Please do let me know.
it's worth acknowledging the way that, as we already have been, the way that the evangelical Christian right in America works in tandem with Israel. But like, first of all, the most important thing to understand about their relationship is that it's America who's the center of the web, the where all the control comes from. It's America giving them money. It's not. It's all this bizarre, like, yeah.
Yeah, I was expecting this to be a bit subtler, where like one of the things that like is like a sort of a thing that like I see leftists like make a mistake and like do an anti-Semitism is when they'll sort of like be criticizing Israel but imply that like America's being controlled by Israel instead of the other way around. I was expecting like that type of like subtle
that's a
forms of
common
anti-Semitic
mistake
which, you know, like
people make.
progressive people I like regularly see fall for. This is just wild.
But to be fair, we've jumped straight, nearly 300 pages in. There is a not. I don't know if I'd call it a slower build. I don't know. There's a weirder build throughout the rest of the book. It's weirder.
Oh wow.
Anyway.
Yeah, this is like the end of the book. It's like 313 pages, I think.
I know, and that's what's so strange about putting the section "What is anti-Semitism?" right at the end, like
269.
Yeah. Anyway,
nice.
So where were we? Saying that there's no leftism in Israel, and this, and then I think
there's basically no leftism in Israel, but I have a communist friend in Israel who I think is LGBT. I can't remember, but they're Israeli and are fucking anti-Israel and communist. They exist. Maybe not in the most quantitative of figures, but they're out there. Can't just say an absolute, Caleb, like that. Absolutes to be imperatively proven to be absolute, and most things, especially regarding something like leftism, is relative. Actually, relativity is the majority of things around us. That's why understanding absolutes is a very limiting way to look at dialectical analysis. Dealing with absolutes doesn't just limit, it actually constricts active form of analysis, because you're basically dropping an absolute on a pointiation that is very much relative to how you look and analyze the situation. It'd be like me saying that there's absolutely no communists in the first world, or there's no leftism in the first world, or there's no leftism in America, like you hear a lot of people saying. It's obviously a full of shit statement. And I'm not making an academic book though. If I'm just having a conversation, I say a full of shit statement like that. If you're writing a book or representing academic purposes, you shouldn't be making full of shit statements that, regardless of whether they're obviously full of shit or not, You're presenting it as an academic piece of medium, so a lot of people ain't just gonna go, "Wow, that statement's full of shit." Especially those who are already sucking the shit straight out of your asshole as it is anyway.
I turned the page, and wait, where?
You know, I guess the good thing with the type of followers Caleb brings in, I bet, is that he's been saving a lot of money on toilet paper with how much they lick his fucking ass.
Were we? Sorry, I'm just trying to find the bit. There was a bit earlier where I was reading about this, and I was reading about like,
What are we? City builders.
his claim that like anti-Semitism practically doesn't exist today, and Israel, you know.
Whoa, 1 second.
Find the bit. There was a bit earlier where I was reading about this, and I was reading about like, his claim that like anti-Semitism practically doesn't exist today, and Israel, you know, and there's no Marxism in Israel. This whole section, and then I turned the page and I saw the Israel lobby and the triangle of evil as a heading, and I laughed so hard I gave myself a headache.
Oh my lung. The Israel lobby and the triangle of evil. Pure evil. That's the title of the chapter. Sounds like someone's about to do a wild anti-Semitism. Let's go back again.
His claim that like anti-Semitism practically doesn't exist today.
So, according to Caleb Maupin, this is a quote. She's reading it straight from a book. According to Caleb Maupin, this should be a soundbite. Whoever's fucking... someone needs to jot down a fucking timestamp on a piece of paper where we are, because this should be a soundbite. Caleb Maupin directly said, anti-Semitism practically doesn't exist today.
And Israel, you know, and there's no Marxism in Israel. This whole section.
And there's no Marxism in Israel. Well, actually, I know Marxists in Israel. What the fuck are you on about? The guy is full of shit. There's fucking communities in Israel. There's communities that are in Israel that refuse to have soldiers go into their communities. Like, not all of Israel is fucking supporting Israel. Like, there are communities and groups and organizations that are against the fucking settler state. I don't know if people know this, but there were Jews there before Israel was formed who lived as what we call Palestinians, or if we go back far enough, Syrians. They didn't mind. They had quite a decent time there. They were doing all right, and now they're not doing all right because they're brown enough that the white settlers will subjugate them as they would subjugate anyone who's brown or tinted in any sense of the word in the Israeli settler state, because they're most likely of native descent. And well, I guess the Gaza is a great place to look if you really want to see what the Israelis think of the natives of that region, or what a U.S. foreign policy minister said to Assad's father. Basically turned around to him and said, they see you like we see the Indians, as in they see you like we as in him, the Americans. That's how the Americans see the Native Americans. This was when they were arguing over the Golan Heights. And Assad was turned around and he's like, I want 100% of the Golan Heights. I don't want 99%. I don't want 90%. I don't want 99.99%. I want the 100%. All Golan Heights. I mean, it's a Syrian land. It should be part of Syria. Of course, Israel wanted to keep the other 1% because it'd give them accessibility to the river, which they could then block off. Yeah. So yeah, like with a lot of these Mizrahi Jews, they are not so pleased with the Israel settler state that's currently in place, and you will see a lot of Palestinian solidarity in those Jewish communities.
And then I turned the page and I saw the Israel lobby and the triangle of evil as a heading, and I laughed so hard I gave myself
The Israel lobby and the triangle of evil. Pure evil. Caleb is a liar, manipulator, and malicious. I can't fucking speak. Malicious person. At least that's what I think. That's the same thunk I be having, right? It's the same thunk I be having.
Myself a headache because I was just like, holy shit, what? I know we're late in the book, but he just isn't even fucking trying anymore. So this section reads: Zionists often maintain that the term Israel lobby is a code word for the anti-Semitic belief in an international Jewish conspiracy. They accuse all who speak of the power of the Israel lobby as secretly being anti-Semites. This argument is frivolous. Caleb, at this point in the book,
to go on to just immediately say exactly that there's an international Jewish conspiracy. Well, is that what's going to follow this?
That's a thing that, like, if you watch more of his stuff, which I cannot advise, he keeps coming back to, like, international bankers, and he says that, like, over and over again, and it's like a thing where, like, while he and his buddies try to claim that, like, they're the real materialists, they're the real Marxists, I mean, even besides the fact that, like, Caleb massively stands FDR and America generally, and just...
And Alexander motherfucking Dugan.
That was so
and
weird,
the
I read
leaders
that.
from,
Yeah,
from Action Front say.
Even besides that,
I really hope Caleb
that
fucking
it's
sees
the
this
bankers
video and
is
throws
the
a
exact
hissy.
same fucking thing I was talking about with, like, Arendt's history of a totalitarianism. Like, it's just classic anti-Semitism, and it's incredibly anti-Marxist. Like, to conclude, it's like the bankers at the top of the conspiracy. Anyway,
Also,
yeah. So here's the thing.
This is the first time he brings up.
Here's a quick Marxist pep talk for you. If you ever hear anyone say bankers exclusively, and they call themselves a communist, like, they're not just some, because if they're an everyday person, simple, they could make that mistake. And you can easily correct them and be like, no, the bankers are just one sector of the capitalist class. There is multiple areas to them. They're one owner of private property, and they mediate many portions of the private property ownership system. You can teach them around it. If you see someone who is a Marxist, someone who well and truly should know that the bourgeoisie is not just made up of bankers, that is like fucking... That's Marxism 101. If you're a communist and you don't know that fucking simple shit, I can't believe that's by incident, unless you became a communist yesterday. And I don't mean like yesterday as in like months ago. I mean quite literally the day before, because it's the first thing you'd learn. I mean, the owning class, like, not the banking class, the owning class. That encompasses all owners of major private property, your big capitalists, big business. The bankers. You hear someone say that and they're a communist, you should be sussed. Sussed the motherfucker out. At the end of the day, they are more than well attuned to not only this tendencies of Marxism, of knowing that it's more than just the bankers that are the problem, but they're also aware of the history of how this has been used. Caleb is very well aware of the history of Nazism, and Nazism did quite this similar thing where they tried to do this whole framework of being like, oh no, we're definitely the real Marxists. And then they turn around and talk about like this specific Jewish bourgeoisie thing, showing their anti-Semitism, and they go around framing this idea of like the Jewish banker and Jewish businessman that needs to be purged, and that's how you ended up getting the Night of Shattered Glass in Germany, and eventually the Holocaust, culminating off centuries of anti-Semitism in Europe. So I mean, it's Caleb is very, very blatantly being an anti-Semite. How to avoid being a rad lib. Learn that morality is not the end all be all. How to avoid being a Maupinite. Stop eating the brainwashing food at Burger King. I mean, it's funny because, like, the people who are so, like, be all end all about morality. Now, I like to be as moral as possible. I'd say that my empathic hypersensitivity makes me a bit emphatic towards morals themselves. But the problem is that not only are they very individualistic with them, which is weird because morals are supposed to be about interaction. So how can you have functional morals if they're individualistic? Secondly, their morals all of a sudden change every fucking situation, which isn't how morals should work. I mean, one of my favorite Kwame Ture quotes, and it's my favorite because it couldn't be any more true. There's no middle ground on principle. There's no middle ground. But there seems to be middle ground on these morals, so they're not using morals as a principle. They're using morals as a tactic. Tactics have a middle ground. Principles do not. You follow a set of principles, and that's why, like, morals only really work on a collective framework when self-interest isn't what's directing them. Collective interest is what's directing them. That's the only time they can ever work, and it's still not objective. It's a subjective social structure that we've created, but the only way that social structure could ever work is through collective interest. Alright, R.I.P. Day. But there was a good article piece that I was shown by the Dr. Weisfeld that talked about self-interest and like how that's been one of the biggest problems of Marxist revolutions, and that we've tried to focus on this idea of self-interest being the driving force for collective society, and it's not functional. We need collective interest. We need to do the best way to create a society that best accounts for individual freedoms and liberty is to have a society where collective interest of humanity is the driving force forward, not this self-interest driven monotony of societies that we've attempted to build in the last 100 years during socialist revolutions, and of course the even more selfish monotony of capitalism that we've been our societies have been driveling on through for the last 300 to 500 years, depending on how you see the start of capitalism.
The idea of an international Jewish conspiracy. Didn't it all touch on that in his definition of anti-Semitism?
Yeah.
This is
anyway.
Also, he brings up this is the first time he brings up the idea of an international Jewish conspiracy. Didn't it all touch on that in his definition of anti-Semitism?
Yeah,
that gets it. So that's actually a really good point. I'm glad I went back onto that to make sure it was clearly said. So here's the thing. It absolutely goes on with the way that it's tacked on at the end. He's made sure he's plucked out all the bits from his definition of anti-Semitism that in his book could be related to it. And now it makes me wonder whether it is just tacked on to the end or whether he's thought about it psychologically. So having it at the start, giving you a preconceived notion is all good and all that, but it's very easy to turn around and say, aha, but you're just trying to instill a perception onto people before they even read your work. But you get them to read your work first, then they read your definition of anti-Semitism. And mind you, gets more heated towards the end because it's best to offload people with your nicer material at the start because it knackers them out. And then when it gets to the end, you basically turn around and tell them what anti-Semitism is, obfuscating the anti-Semitism that you yourself have done to try and push their critical mind into seeing things more towards your direction than the actual pervasive mannerism that is being presented at that point in time. It's wishy-washy in the narrative.
Yeah. The American Israeli Public Affairs Committee, AIPAC, is a very large, publicly existing, and a highly powerful institution. AIPAC functions with a budget of $67 million a year. It works very hard to convince the US public and US elected officials to hold a sympathetic view of Tel Aviv. Where does...
Okay, so one of the capitalists who benefits off of apartheid, Jeff Bezos, $65 million a year is pocket change to him. So who is the biggest benefactor in this relationship? AIPAC with its $65 million, or... No, I know he doesn't get it all from Israel, but he still makes money from Israel regardless. Jeff Bezos, the 150 million millionaire or whatever he's on now. He's... Oh, sorry, 150 billionaire. God damn, I've made all the Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos fanboys angry because I said million instead of billion. How dare I relate him to the poor gentry? But no, like fucking the relationship is set up where, of course, the Israeli settlers are going to massively benefit from the relationship, but they have to pay a certain amount to ensure that this relationship holds up. And one of the very interesting things that the US does is it sends money to Israel and then sells Israel weapons to get that money back to make its returns. And that's the way that they try and make it a fucking level game where they can keep, getting more and more bullets on the ground. But I mean, here's the thing as well with settlerism is to be taken into account. Places like Israel, South Africa, Rhodesia, and all that lot. I know Rhodesia and South Africa aren't apartheid anymore, but the history is still very accredited to this. Have this very Americanist mentality where eventually they would want to do their own ambitions and break off. I mean, we already see that by design with Israel, with Greater Israel, where they wanted to take and of course it's not all everyone's consensus, but it's one of them. That's where they take over a quite large period of land. The British were hoping to be in on building a Greater Israel over Egypt and working with them on that, but they got fucked over in that regard.
Where does that money come from, Caleb? Who is trying to convince them to have a sympathetic view? Whatever, what the fuck ever. The Israel lobby has a base of fanatical followers who see Israel as infallible and celebrate its crimes as a sign of strength. I mean, that's true, but like, this is the thing. Like,
Yeah.
you read him saying like just fair enough, true stuff throughout the book, and then you remember the title of the book is Satan at the Fountainhead: The Israel Lobby and the Financial Crisis, and you're like, wait a second, no, you don't get to fucking apply true facts to a title like that.
Yeah, I mean, I thought when he was defining anti-Semitism, and he started out saying some Zionists like to reinterpret anti-Semitism to be, I thought he was going to say, to be anti-Zionism, but then he just sort of went off in completely different direction.
The guy needs an editor desperately. However, if the Israel lobby would be weak if it operated alone. If the Israel lobby were not in alliance with other very powerful entities, it would not have the strength and the ability to impact policy as it currently does. The US government's blind devotion to Israel at the expense of its own domestic population and the Palestinians is not only beneficial to the Israelis. It's like, what the fuck is this? He's literally, like... Go on, Sam.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is where, because, like, yeah, like, a lot of the stuff before this, it's, like, wouldn't have phrased it that way, but, like, there's, like you were saying, like, there's absolutely, like, truth to, like, the fact.
How dare you lower His Majesty? Now, I know that this will make Caleb happy, really angry, because he's such a white Christian. It's goddamn marijuana. Caleb, it's the goddamn marijuana. It's the devil's lettuce. Devil's lettuce. Goddamn green machine. Trying to anger Caleb's white Christian side. If you look in the mirror and say Roosevelt 3 times, will Caleb like appear and fucking give you advice on how to fucking get away with being a fascist or calling yourself a communist? Like, get angry, Caleb. Get angry, Caleb. It's funny when you get angry. I want to hear you do an anti-drug rant. It'll be funny. Come on, please. Please, Caleb. Do it for me. You know you love me.
That, like, AIPAC does have, like, a lot of power in the U.S.
Right.
Like, yeah, like, the way that, like, when, like, Ben and Jerry's was, like, did the bare minimum of, like, stopping sales within, like, occupied territories, that, like, the, like, I forget his exact title, but, like, a Israeli person who, like, worked for, like, the Israeli government and, like, is, like, a lobbyist, I think, in America, was, like, we are going to implement, like,
What in the new atheist shit out They share the same pseudo-materialism and secularized Christian morality. They're all fucking... They all act like, what's it? Calvinists. Well, Caleb is a Calvinist, but new atheists act like Calvinists as well. And ask anyone, Calvinism is ass. There's no good to a Calvinism. Just make it go away. I mean, the reason it exists in America is because we told it to go away. We didn't want it. Don't give them ideas. No, it'll do them good. It will make both groups stand out for what they really are. And that's identitarian chauvinists. And that's the better way of putting it. Like, rather than people just wantonly using a neutral term like ID pol as a negative, I actually looked at the negative connotations of someone using identity politics in a negative fashion, which would be like fascism, for example. That's not just ID pol, it's quite specifically identity chauvinism or identitarianism is a good way of putting it. Like, it's a lot more explicit than just specific ID pol. Like, it's such a vague expression that people have blown out of proportion because some feminists, well, not even real feminists, mind you, third wave feminists, which they're basically fascists, let's be real, pissed you off. So you want to fucking get everything wrong and start using the way that they describe things. When, I don't know if you know this about third positionists, but they purposefully obscure language so it's hard to reason what is and what is not. That is a part of the process of how they interact with the medium of message, with the medium of communication, with the medium of political organizing.
You know, like that is like kind of a fucked up thing for like a foreign government to be like, we are going to implement like national policy in America. That's weird. But like the idea that it's like the U.S. is like somehow tricked into supporting Israel. I mean, like there's a speech that Joe Biden gave in, I believe, in Congress, where he's saying that like if Israel didn't exist, the U.S. would have to make an Israel. Like Israel does have like certain.
That would be true because they're very important bourgeois institutions of powers, places like that, and you gotta remember, finance capital is not a fucking system. Money goes out and nothing comes back. Everything's an investment as a return. Every money that they're putting in so they can get something back out of it. They ain't looking to. When did the bourgeoisie ever look to go empty-handed on a deal? So I mean, profits are the driving force of society, and if they lost Israel, they'd not only lose a lot of profits in the military-industrial complex industry, but they'd also lose the foothold they have on the Middle East for taking that region, which then could be utilized for extracting resources and exporting what little manufacturing we have into the third world. That's if they're not going to start bringing manufacturing back so that they can compete imperialistically with China. Because I think that's one of the things that's terrifying the fuck out of the third way neo-fascists that we've got in Britain and America and France and Germany. Sorry. Why won't the Western Zionist shills give up their own homes for the Zionist ethno-state? Well, you know what their response would be? I know what their response would be. Yeah, well, you're a commie and you said it on a mobile phone invented by Steve Jobs. Even though he's dead, I guarantee some of the moronic ANCAPy types probably believe that he still designed the fucking new ones because he has a lot of money, so it means he must be smart. Not that he owns a lot of property, then that's why he's rich. No, he's just brainy. Promise. Don't look into it because there's a lot of human rights abuses. I mean, sorry, there wouldn't be any of those about there, would there? That's the way that they're very, very snicketively covery with this shit because, well, it's fucked. But anyway, onward with the video as I slurrically ramble about. He's still alive in hologram form. Plenty of space in their wasteful suburbs. Well, I mean, what's it? So, here's the thing. It was World War II that started all this. Why didn't they decide to put Israel in Germany? Why is it like, oh, these people suffered in World War II? So rather than take away the land from the people who persecuted them, like you would do in any other war or conflict, which has ever happened in history, they're like, okay, we're gonna continue doing the British plan to set up a fucking apartheid state in Israel. Well, in Palestine. Name it after the ancient fucking, tribes of Israel. And send Jews away from Europe and over there, and not even solve anti-Semitism in Europe, where the problem originated from. Don't even bother attaining to that. Okay. Sorry, I was having a moment then.
Amounts of like policy power in America, but it's because America It exists.
It's because they're
to
part of
serve
the
America's
same
foreign
fucking
interests.
organism, because Israel is a white supremacist fucking settler
Yeah,
colonialist state in the Middle East. It's a fucking outpost of American imperialism. It's not. It's so frustrating.
It'd be like saying that like like the military-industrial complex, like weapons manufacturers tricked America into weapons manufacturers having power in America. It's like, no, they have power because they serve America's interests.
Exactly. It's like yeah. I mean, not to do too much of a diversion, but like I was curious about like the kind of state of Twitter leftism a little while ago. I did this poll that was like, who do you think is more powerful, like states or businesses? And a whole bunch of people were answering that it was businesses. And like, it's a moot point because like capitalist states will never fight against businesses. They're on the same fucking team. But like, no, that's the wrong way around. Anyway,
I mean, like the question is essentially like saying like like who's more powerful, like the left hand or the right hand?
Exactly.
Well, I mean,
yes.
not exactly, because so basically the answer is that the state will always be the most powerful because the state is the foundation of the big businesses class power within society. But most politicians aren't big businessmen. Actually, it's quite a rarity that you see big businessmen as politicians.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's like who's more powerful,
It's
the
not the best
brain.
analogy.
Yeah, like whatever. Anyway, so then there's a rundown of some of American imperialism, some of the exact stuff that we're discussing here. And then a few years after the Iranian Revolution of 1979, US President Ronald Reagan declared we can never allow a revolution in Saudi Arabia. The overthrow of the Saudi monarchy would indeed mean a huge loss for Wall Street banks and oil companies with whom the Saudi regime has collaborated and cooperated since its inception. With its huge military arsenal, including hundreds of nuclear weapons, Israel can effectively enforce the economic hegemony of Wall Street and London over one of the most vital natural resources in the world. Yeah, he's getting it more the right way around here.
That's better, Caleb. Well done. Do you want sticker?
The entity driving U.S. foreign policy in the Middle East can be described as the triangle of...
I must add, Caleb Maupin is 10 years older than me. Looks and dresses like someone's nan. Well, I mean, he's someone's very bearded nan. No problem with that. There's plenty of people with nans who have beards. There's nothing wrong with that, Caleb. If you want to be a nanny with a beard, I won't disrespect you. Actually, it wouldn't surprise me if my nan had one, rocking one in her 50s. So I don't know what the 50s were like for her her age of when she was at the age of 50. You never know. My nan was a wild person. But no, Caleb, you are a bearded nanny.
Of evil. If you want to,
Grandma.
sure, buddy.
Some good materialism right there.
Oh yeah. We'll get to some more.
That would be the way to say it for the Americans, either Neymar or Grandma. Goddamn Grandma.
Good materialist language in a minute, and then we're gonna have to do a huge backtrack to the rest of the book. Anyway, the big oil corporations who seek to maintain a monopoly on the world markets, the manufacturers of weapons and military hardware, and the Israeli government's network of supporters around the world have formed a very powerful alliance. That's the triangle. That's what the triangle is. Now we know. Now we all know. On Wall Street, one can often find all three of these special interests combined within single banking institutions. Chase Bank, for example, is the primary owner of ExxonMobil, the huge oil corporation. Chase Bank also holds dominion over the General Electric. What holds dominion over is just like... Oh, baby. Okay. General Electric, one of the manufacturers...
Why does he need to use a word like that? They're the ones who hold dominion over... Not the 1820s, Caleb. Or even better, we're not talking about the British Commonwealth, which does still use the term dominions for territories. The triangle of evil. Dun dun dun.
Top Pentagon contracted corporations with which manufactures weapons and other equipment for the U.S. military. In addition, through its ownership of General Electric, Chase Bank controls MSNBC, a TV network that is noted bank which manufactures weapons and other equipment for the U.S. military. In addition, through its ownership of General Electric, Chase Bank controls MSNBC.
He is literally turning around and going, "The Jewish bank controls MSNBC." I mean, you mean that the MSNBC promotes propaganda that backs an ally of the United States? No shit. Are they influenced by a company that is involved with Israel or has Israeli leaders or Jewish Zionist leaders? Sure, maybe. Controlled by it? No. Are you mad? They're controlled by the U.S. empire. Caleb, you've read Manufacturing Consent. I know you have. I'm pretty damn sure you've promoted the book at one point. It's the one good Chomsky book. Are you telling me you've forgotten how that works? Or are you really going to tell me that you believe the cultural hegemony of America is not controlled by the American empire and it's somehow controlled by a servant of the American empire? Like, seriously. I did the whole joke that he's not gonna like weed, but he's gotta be smoking some. Caleb, what weed strain are you getting? Because I want to know what it is. I want some, because you are on a wacky you're on a wacky level, and I think everyone needs to know what kind of weed to get on that wacky level. Everyone should have the rightful opportunity to be as wacky as you are, you fucking lunatic.
A TV network that is noted for its pro-Israeli bias in coverage of...
And I mean that. Fuck defamation. Caleb, you are a lunatic.
World events. The Israel...
How does you think banks work?
Jesus. The Israel lobby is a dangerous group of crazed extremists and racists. The core of it, who are Zionist Jews, see themselves as racially superior to others and actively advocate and practice... Sam's face is amazing! Actively advocate and practice crimes against humanity. The Israeli government, with its proxy forces in the United States and elsewhere, is just one of one section of wider cabal of criminal profiteers.
Their proxy forces. He's making it sound like the Israelis are doing like the imperialist wars in America that the Americans do in other countries. Now, mind you, there is Zionist fascist support groups that exist in places like America, and you'll find Israel doesn't mind working with them either. Here's the thing, though. These types of like arms and things and stuff like that are coming out of that. They ain't designed around full widescreen viewing things and all that. I can't remember what I was gonna say. I always get caught up with this one because I always think too much about the weird, cool draw system it's got. Easy to get lost in it.
We got it! He said the word!
Yeah.
Actively advocate and practice crimes against humanity. The Israeli government, with its proxy forces in the United States and elsewhere, is just one of one section of wider cabal of criminal profiteers. We got it! He said the word! He said cabal!
It's like
cabal.
He
literally...
wouldn't phrase it that way, but like, this isn't totally wrong, and then just immediately, like, just goes in the...
Well, only 48 minutes into the stream, we can just wrap it up, pals. We did it. Anyway, okay. Israel itself is an integral part of the machinery of international finance.
Jesus Christ!
Israel is part of a world order called imperialism by leftists and globalism by right-wing nationalists.
Those are not the same thing.
No, okay. Fascism 101. When they start merging shit together like this, when they start playing Legos with fucking left-wing and right-wing ideas, that's fascism. That's fascist in action, that is. They've always done this. They always take take a bit of left, take a bit of the right. That's why he's like imperialism by leftists, globalism by the right. So do you think Tony Blair, when he goes on about globalism in The Third Way, is going on about imperialism in the same perspective as talking about it as imperialism? Like they're two completely ideologically opposing perspectives on the matter, which means that near enough everything regarding how they would look at the world would differ, especially on foreign policy.
Holy shit, he's literally synthesizing in real time left-wing and right-wing talking points.
Burger King.
In real time.
Okay. In which bankers in London and the United States have absolute unchecked economic and political power. Israel is not simply an evil entity in itself, it is part of a wider, global cabal. It's shocking. It's a shockingly fucking anti-Semitic book. It's like... I think people are genuinely used to like us dealing with Caleb Maupin and being like let's unpack a little bit what he did there. But this book is just a spicy meatball.
Yeah.
So, and this is where we get to some more of this very good materialist language. So let's learn about what drives the forces of destruction.
The forces.
If we put aside the notion that the unfolding global conflict and continued U.S. support for Israel is driven by a Jewish conspiracy or by a clash of civilization, UK Jess.
There it is.
Put that aside for now.
Put a pin in it. Or by a clash of unfolding global conflict and continued U.S. support for Israel is driven by a Jewish conspiracy or by a clash of civilization. UK Jess.
There it is.
Put that aside for now.
Wait, what?
And this is where we get to some more of this very good materialist language. So let's learn about what drives the forces of destruction.
Oh, good.
If we put aside the notion that the unfolding global conflict and continued U.S. support for Israel is driven by a Jewish conspiracy or by a clash of civilization. UK Jess.
There it is.
Put that aside for now.
Put a pin in it. Just put a pin in it. Okay, just put a pin in it. Okay.
He's
Or
like,
by a clash of civilization.
just think about it. It could be a conspiracy, or maybe it's just a clash of civilizations, and it's just a clash of civilizations. Have you noticed how both of those are incredibly anti-Semitic? So is it either it's a Jewish conspiracy, or it's a clash of civilizations? So what does he mean by clash of civilizations? Is he saying that Israel and Palestine are both legit and they're both clashed civilizedly? Because there's nothing civilized about apartheid. There's nothing civilized about racialized oppression and religious persecution. There's nothing civilized about land theft, genocide. So, fuck you.
We are left with the remaining question. What drives the international financial elite to continue their crimes? What drives the global cabal to perpetuate its destruction of the lives? Do you really think some friends pointed out to Caleb that this might appear anti-Semitic to some people?
It's also like, that's such a dumb question, because if your theory is that they get a lot of money for doing it, then that's what drives them. They want the money.
Right.
What are you talking about?
Right.
You're not raising a question.
If we were doing some good Marxist materialism here, we could be whatever. But we're not. We're just reading a fun book. The key to understanding the forces that control and perpetuate Israel. Okay, so maybe Israel isn't the top of the pyramid here, right? Okay,
Right,
and
it's
have
more like a triangle. The pyramid is a bit different.
true. That's a good point.
Completely different.
And have economically destroyed the lives of millions of people in the United States can be found in the writings of Zionist and Wall Street propagandist Ayn Rand. Her anti-moral viewpoint, with which she trained Alan Greenspan to become one of the most powerful figures in the global economy, is presented in her many books, including the novel Atlas Shrugged. In the pages of Atlas Shrugged, there is a lengthy passage designed to refute the words of Jesus Christ and others in the Christian Gospels who speak against the worship of money and usury. The passage in Rand's text proclaims, "Until and unless you discover that money is the root of all good, you ask for your own destruction." Yeah, Ayn Rand was fucking unhinged. That's not a hard, like, that's an easy win. This is low-hanging fruit. But he goes on to describe. Wait, one
second.
Just one thing, though.
One second.
Specifically
So Caleb, Caleb very much points out in his criticism of Ayn Rand that Ayn Rand is, of course, obscurely idiotic and wrong to think that money needs to exist to find fulfillment. And, of course, religiously looking into that on top of it all would confide into this point. Well, then what the fuck is Caleb going on about with all this, like, justice and, like, justice, yeah, justifyingly, or you know, just as in, like, righteous. One second, I forgot what I was gonna say.
The
Describe. He goes on to describe.
also just
Yeah.
one thing though.
Yeah.
To specifically tie the evils of Israel to
Low-hanging fruit, but hinged. That's not a hard, like, that's an easy win. This is low-hanging fruit. Was fucking unhinged. Root of all good, you ask for your own destruction. Yeah, until and unless you discover that the worship of money and usury. The passage in Rand's text proclaims, until and unless you discover that money is the root of all good, you ask for a hard, like, that's an easy win. This is low-hanging fruit. But he goes on to describe.
also just
Yeah.
one thing though.
Yeah.
To specifically tie the evils of Israel to like an inversion of Christianity strikes me as like also a pretty anti-Semitic thing. Like if they could just follow the Christian gospels and the morals therein, we wouldn't be in this problem.
We're getting close to
It's funny because Israel actually follows Protestantistic ideals, so no, actually, it wouldn't work. If anything, the Jewish people, which I'm not going off this because I know what's best for them. I'm going off this from what I've heard from Conrad Net and as a representative of MRN. It's my job to serve out to peeps, but the Jews, sorry, I forgot what was the bit to describe to say that.
Like if they could just follow the Christian gospels and the morals therein, we wouldn't be in this problem.
We're getting close to the
Yeah, I mean, so the best thing for the Jewish people is for them to return to their more stricter morals, is what a lot of them are thinking. Like, they did quite well with them, they've done quite well now without them, so it's sort of a, I don't know, sorry, I couldn't English the words that I was saying that properly. Sorry if this is a random mess. I went to do my shopping today and I ended up having no money in my bank after doing a really long shop, so I'm absolutely exhausted, but I wanted to do the stream yesterday, so I decided I'd do it today because I never did it yesterday.
bit where we need to jump back and start his section about Ayn Rand over, because he talks about Ayn Rand a whole bunch earlier in the book, and it's just like, wait, what the fuck? Like, you are just picking like random Jewish people out here. Like, it's so anyway. In the section titled "Struggling for the American Identity," which doesn't look like anything to me.
Probably avoid the word struggle in this one.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
he could reword it and maybe say something like, you know, like something about our children and like a future for them or something. I think that would sound less problematic, because everyone loves children. There is another passage in Rand's satanic text. There is another passage in Rand's satanic text. I forget that Caleb's a Christian. That's the thing that I forget about him, and then I read. There's another passage in Rand's satanic text, Atlas Shrugged, which is disturbing. I've read Atlas Shrugged. There's a lot of passages which are disturbing, but anyway. A few sentences prior to her proclamation that money is the source of all good, she proclaims, "If you ask me to name the proudest distinction of Americans, I would choose, because it contains all the others, the fact that they were the people who created the phrase, to make money." Can I just say that this is part of, like, Ayn Rand's American nationalism? Like, she was hugely, like, an American nationalist, and a whole bunch of her writing is, like, explicitly, like, America is the best place on earth because it's the most capitalist. Somehow, this is why, again, it feels so strange to find her having been plucked as a prime example for this book about Israel, and him just refusing to acknowledge that it's actually, you know, America again and again. Anyway. Within the statement, Rand articulates one of the biggest crimes the forces of darkness have perpetuated. Rand was not born in the United States. She was a Russian-born Jewish atheist. She worked to overthrow the most beloved U.S. president, Franklin Delano Roosevelt. She has no grounds to define what it means to be American. Neither does Milton Friedman or any of the adherents of the market cult. Ah!
Ayn Rand.
The market cult. There we go. There's Cabal Buzz
Is
term
this
number
satirical? Like,
360.
is this like a bit? I don't understand.
This is what I'm saying. If on the 20 pages that we don't have access to, Caleb writes, these are all examples of something an anti-Semite would say, then I completely apologize.
Why is the fact that she is a Jewish atheist relevant to whether or not she is American, Caleb? Why did you specifically include that in how she can't speak for Americans?
Huh? What? Hmm? That's a I don't quite. This is like some of the place where it gets like the most naked of any of the book. It's just like the vitriol with which you write she was a Russian-born Jewish atheist. It's so fucked. Like, it's
Oh my god, just the desperate simping for Franklin Delano Roosevelt just comes out of nowhere.
FDR pops up again. Yeah, she worked to overthrow the most beloved U.S. president, Franklin Delano Roosevelt. She has
By the way, if you were to ask FDR what his proudest accomplishment was, he says it's saving capitalism.
Yeah.
The New
Yes.
Deal, so.
Yeah.
That reminds me of when I got bucked by Caleb because I pointed out that Roosevelt was a fascist. And he's like, I would say, well, he helped the Soviet Union kill fascism. I'm like, okay, well, I just put the quote, I save capitalism. He's like, well, saving capitalism rather than fascism. I'm like, Caleb, what does what socioeconomic principle does capitalism go through in crisis? Me know, of course, that he was elected while America's in crisis, and, well, you know, if I poke at it, I might end up fucking pissing someone off down the line. But when you're in close range, it's almost felt intimate.
Yes, exactly. It's so yes.
Mm.
This is why I've been saying this a
At
bunch
least it's not the
recently.
internment camps.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
This is why I've been saying this a bunch recently, that, like, America could easily fucking transition towards being a social democracy or even fucking socialist on the back of exploiting the fucking rest of the world. And when Caleb is, like, going around simping so hard for FDR, it's like, that's not anti-imperialist. You just want to, like, you want to make America, like, raise its standards of living for Americans, you know, for good Christian Americans and not for Russian-born Jewish atheists. Like,
The concept of being at once an American nationalist and an anti-imperialist is like so self-contradictory.
I know!
It just makes no sense.
This is what also
Why-
gets me about his particular beef against like the debate bros. It just feels like a dog barking at its own reflection, because like when you actually get down to like their economic politics, they're identical.
All the same.
What were you gonna say, Jess?
Why is he so interested in defending the definition of what it means to be an American? I mean, I kind of know it's because he has this very authoritarian view.
It's 'cause he's a
language
fascist,
where
yeah.
Words have like one specific meaning, but
Yeah. Well,
just
it's because he's a fascist
surprising.
is the reason. Right. So
incredible.
through the deceptive propaganda
I mean,
of this. Oh, carry on, Sam.
Sorry, like one other thing is just that, like, I mean, this is I feel like this is the thing. This is also partially just like my theory about, but like I think like a big part of why like the whole like bringing up people like being Jewish, I think a lot of that comes from this desire to remove people from a certain canon while still being like very often I've seen like Marx being like introduced as like Jewish for no reason that like serves the context, because
Yeah.
Marx is sort of the Western canon, but like by saying he's Jewish, it's a way of othering someone without like acknowledging that, and that's
Right.
exactly what this is.
It's bizarre. Like, so much of the stuff that he's leaving out when he's talking about the history of anti-Semitism is just the exact stuff he's doing here when he talks about international bankers. That's the stuff he's talking about when he says the conspiracies of 1870. Like, this Jewish-born, Russian-born Jewish atheist, like you say, is just like exactly when he says like the biggest focus of anti-Semitism was anti-Marxism. Well, leaving aside the actual statement itself, like, yeah, the one of the main fucking things that people focus on is Marx being Jewish and you know, it's anyway. So the next paragraph reads, just gonna bring the level down. Okay, just calmly go into the next paragraph. Through the deceptive propaganda of the Zionists and neoliberals, the very identity of the people of the United States has been redefined and wrapped up in the worship of capitalism. Which, you know, is just a normal, cool and normal thing to say. America has become synonymous with free markets and private property. America has become?
Right, that's what I'm thinking. Is like, when is this
Well,
ever
it was born on that.
Did we never
It was born on that. Like, it became? No, it was born on this shit. What the fuck?
wrapped up into like
Hello,
how-
young
The
Well,
man.
Zionists. It was the Zionists. Yeah, exactly. The answer just
when did they do that? Could you put a year to it? Like, I honestly,
19
no idea.
03.
1776. They've been behind the scenes the whole time.
1945, the year after the death of
1776.
our
I love
beloved
that.
Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
Behind the scenes.
Honestly,
19
no idea.
03.
1776. They've been behind the scenes the whole time.
1945, the year after the death of our beloved Franklin Delano Roosevelt. He's looking around to stop him.
1 point.
Jess just said when did that happen?
Yes.
When Israel was founded and
Yeah.
FDR lost.
Yeah, that's what she was saying as well.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Private property. Though the majority of people living in the United States see themselves as being concerned about their fellow human beings, wanting the government to care for those in need, a deceptive propaganda campaign has convinced millions that somehow capitalism and selfishness is genetically built into the people of the United States. Yes, but from who, Caleb? Apparently it's from the Zionists. I just want to preempt some of this because, like, if Caleb's pals, like, take notice of us, like, talking about this, like, they're going to talk about the fact that he explicitly is referring to the Zionists, as if that isn't just the word that all fucking anti-Semites use for the Jews to try and look respectable.
Yeah.
I don't mean to be yelling so much into my mic, but
No,
this
yeah.
section of the book is, it's beyond belief, like...
Well, like, how does it specifically advance the cause of Zionism to convince everybody that America is synonymous with capitalism?
It gives more power to the international finance system.
Yeah, and then the triangle of evil will funnel the power back
yeah.
to Israel
Triangle.
at the top of the triangle. No, wait, one of the corners, just one of the corners of the triangle. It's a triangle. It's not a
They're all
pyramid.
top. Yeah.
I forgot about the triangle. Thank you for.
You should always remember about the triangle of evil at all times.
You should close your eyes and see the triangle.
The triangle.
Okay.
of evil.
U.S. media owned by big
FDR
banks and
was
corporations
dead
projects
when
this image
Israel was
internationally.
founded.
Around the world, people have come to believe that the behavior of Kim
Yeah, but
Kardashian
his
and Paris
specs
Hilton,
are
the
still
Real Housewives
watched
of
on
New
its-
Jersey,
to
is
its
representative of
creation.
the American people. Yeah, man, I fucking hate women. U.S. media does not show the millions of Americans who look at their TV screens in disgust and bemoan the state of unfolding cultural decay.
So, according to Caleb,
Straight up, like the book have been corrupted by the lies of the
Yeah, isn't it?
Zionists.
Fucking isn't it?
also he
It's literally
seems to be suggesting that those programs are not popular in the United States. They're only produced not because anybody likes them, but to project an international
They're
image of
produced
vapid Americans.
as propaganda to control people and to control the image of America, and all Americans hate them. It's just holy
Yeah,
fucking
this-
shit.
This does not sound at all like he's describing an international Jewish conspiracy. I got to give him credit for that. Not
It's
at
an
all.
international Zionist conspiracy. It's
Don't see
completely
how
different.
anybody could confuse that.
But Sam, you're completely right. Like it is literally like degenerate art has corrupted the Volk. Like is literally what he's fucking saying. U.S. media does not highlight the millions of Americans who volunteer in soup kitchens to feed their hungry country folk. That's true, and they should absolutely. Sure, Caleb, there should be a show, an action, a buddy cop show about two guys feeding homeless people. It would rock. U.S. media does not highlight the mass movement of anti-capitalist, anti-racist youth who battle the police in the street, taking great risks to oppose injustice. Yeah, man, Marx wrote about this. It's a thing called class interests. They don't want to. They don't want to show the people who are opposing them having wealth because they.
Remember who's telling you this? This isn't. Yeah, China is pro-Israel, absolutely. But remember who's saying this? This isn't like some underdog guy. Caleb is a media man. Why isn't he trying to push shit through RT? What you know? The Arizona massacre that happened in 2019. Actual people in actual armed struggle against fascist police officers. Where was Caleb to report on that genocidal activity? Nowhere. Other than filming himself in his fucking cupboard, dressed like fucking, what's it? A wrinkled up fucking onion.
They want to keep having Damani. It's not complicated. It is true that the origins of the United States were with selfish, racist
Sorry if I was
settlers
slow.
who slaughtered the indigenous people and enslaved millions of Africans. It is true.
Oh boy, I can't wait for the twist. I can't wait for the butt. I sense a butt coming.
Okay, this whole paragraph will be "It is true that." That's what these sentences are, and then we're
I
gonna
am
start the
looking
next one with a
ahead to see
however.
however, so I am
Yeah,
excited
the
for
however is
that.
coming. The however is coming. Okay. It is true that the government of the United States has been dominated and controlled by wealthy billionaires and ruthlessly taken many lives. Can I, again, it's just, even on that level, it's the other fucking way round. Like, the billionaires and the United States government are on the same fucking team, but, like, Jeff Bezos is not more powerful than the United States government, and if he were, like, in office, it would be his office that was the more powerful side of what he was doing, not Amazon. Okay. It is true that
Scared TV made a documentary with this camera, so why can't Caleb? Wait, they made a documentary with Caleb's camera. Oh no, with his own camera. I get you. Sorry, I read that wrong. I got confused then. No, yeah. I mean, Caleb isn't. I swear Caleb does these things purposefully sometimes, or maybe he's just stupider than I think, and I'm just making sure I don't overrepresent him. Yeah, I know. Well, that's where Caleb's from as well, so it makes sense. So here's the thing, and documentary, it wouldn't be a bad idea. Caleb do a documentary on the sacrifice zones or something, do something actually productive as a communist for his locale. He keeps pretending to be a country guy, but you know, is the thing with Caleb. I think Caleb like intentionally fucks up with the way his production is to try and make himself look hokey pokey. I mean, like when he goes out in the streets, he doesn't use a condenser mic, which anyone with any idea on how sound works would be like, yeah, I want a condenser mic so they can pick up voices, plural, very easily. Dynamic mics have like a 10-foot range at most. They're not very good. And that's in a clean and quiet environment that'll have 6 to 10-foot range. But other than that, you're looking at like 4 or 5-foot range. Not good. So yeah, no, I feel like he purposely is using things like dynamic microphones to make his sound shitter and cheaper and hokey pokier that he can get people on by having this sort of quasi working class perspective. And why it's pseudo working class is because he is doing the very classist idea where he thinks to pretend to be working class you've got to just be tacky, which is incredibly offensive. He's fucking tacky, Mr. fucking monkey suit.
Wars, suffering, and many injustices are propped up by the United States, and that the passivity of a large amount of the US public has allowed these crimes to continue. However, this is not the entire story of US history. As the indigenous people were being slaughtered, among them rose heroes like Chief Sitting Bull and Crazy Horse, who rallied their people to fight back.
Thank you for
During the
noticing
enslavement
that
of African Americans, there was Harriet Tubman, Nat Turner, and Frederick Douglass, who broke the chains, fought the slave masters, and demanded an abolition of human bondage. Among Christians, there was a strong movement of abolitionists, risking their lives and taking up arms against the slave plantation system. Do you understand? People to fight back during the enslavement of African Americans, like Chief Sitting Bull and Crazy story of U.S. history. As the indigenous people were being slaughtered, among them rose heroes like Chief Sitting Bull and Crazy Horse, who rallied their people to fight back. During the enslavement of African Americans, there was Harriet Tubman, Nat Turner, and Frederick Douglass, who broke the chains, fought the slave masters, and demanded an abolition of human bondage. Among Christians, there was a strong movement of abolitionists, risking their lives and taking up arms against the slave plantation system.
I was just trying to make sure he didn't throw like the freedom of the slaves to white people, because it was black struggle that got them free, and it was black advocates that fought and struggled and advocated for their freedom. Like, I hear when I hear Americans giving that achievement to out of any motherfucker, Lincoln, like, just pisses me off. So ridiculous.
System. Do you understand who comes at the end of this list? Are you following me? Who we got Sitting Bull, Harriet Tubman, Frederick Douglass, Caleb Maupin. That's where this is going.
It's also like the only reason that those people had to stand up is because of the oppression of the American government. This is the drill tweet about drunk driving kills lots of people, but it helps other people get to work on time, so it's impossible to say
Caleb
whether it's good or
Maupin
bad.
is just a collection of drill tweets with ginger hair glued on.
The Morgans, the Rockefellers, the DuPonts, and the Rothschilds have not been allowed to carry out their crimes untouched. They have always been struggling to keep their power and continue their crimes against a large section of the U.S. society that has battled against them. Against each of their plunderous wars, there has been a people's movement for peace. Against each effort to repress people, there has been a mass uprising demanding civil liberties and democracy. The men and women who built the United Auto Workers and occupied their factories, the black revolutionary fighters like Malcolm X. I'm just imagining Malcolm X and Caleb Maupin hanging out. What a cool time. And the Black Panther Party.
That would be beautiful. Malcolm X would school that motherfucker.
The young people who braved
left,
tear gas and
right,
rubber bullets in
and
Ferguson,
center.
Missouri, and the thousands of young people who occupied Zuccotti Park in Lower Manhattan during the fall of 2011. That's where Caleb is inserting himself into the thing. He always tells people his whole CV, his whole resume of activism, just a really like normal move. And Occupy is always like the biggest thing. So him putting Occupy in here, it's just exactly what I said. Like Harriet Tubman, Frederick Douglass, Caleb Maupin.
Yeah, Malcolm X, Black Panthers, Caleb Maupin.
Exactly.
Yeah. The end of the Breadtooth book, it is his entire life story. He
Yes,
literally ends it
of
by
course
being
it is.
like, here's my entire life story, and it's all about how like he's the only true revolutionary, and it's amazing.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, let's it was from this America that Franklin Delano Roosevelt drew his strength and was able to pass many great reforms. And UK Mildred, is there you got a comment on some of that?
It's just like, he sees this, man. I hope FDR reads your book.
FDR, man. Why is
It's just like I'm a fucking anarchist and I know Lenin better than this fucking guy. Like Lenin, like it's like FDR as an agent of the fucking state was trying to resolve class tensions when he was putting that stuff out there. Like you said, like his greatest accomplishment was saving capitalism by implementing things that made the working class calm down and not want to behead anyone.
Well, not only that, as Jess mentioned earlier, he put people in internment camps.
Right.
Like, it's weird to like go
Very
like
racist
Malcolm X
guy.
and the anti-abolition movements, and then the guy who would like fucking rounded up Japanese people and put them in concentration camps. Like,
Yeah.
you're fucking serious. He represents the other America, the other side.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to think about what that means for his opinion on concentration camps.
I need more tea. to make a cup of tea and everyone bloody runs away.
Let's just blaze forward.
That's a grimacing emoji, right? It was from this America that Franklin Delano Roosevelt drew his strength and was able to pass many great reforms and fight the economic royalists. It was from this America that the civil rights movement was able to overturn Jim Crow economic royalists. It was from this America that Roosevelt drew his strength and was able to pass many great reforms and fight the economic royalists. It was from this America that the civil rights movement was able to...
Well, royalists existed in America during the time. What does he mean by that? Can someone please explain what he means by economic royalists? Am I doing a big idiocy on history? Has he done the big gotcha on me here? Or is he using a term that makes no sense for a republic? Why would they be royalists? See, it specifically says
reforms and fight the economic royalists. It was from this
I can
America
hear
that the civil rights movement was able to overturn
I might be
Jim Crow
retarded, but
apartheid
I
in the
can hear
South. It is this America that filled the streets during the summer of 2014 to stand with the Palestinian people as Israel unleashed its killing spree against Gaza. The only hope for this other America, the America of common people fighting against evil, to awaken once again and perform the miracles that it has proven itself to be capable of. Okay. So I want to go way back to earlier in the book. And I want to talk about, I want to just like run through some of the earlier stuff that he's done. So I'm gonna take a second just looking for the right pages, because I find the way that he like starts to introduce Ayn Rand and then Milton Friedman to be utterly like fascinating. And also I think it'll be interesting to see what he's like earlier on in the book. Like you will notice that the rhetoric really steps up. Like we're going backwards here. You're gonna see it get like a lot more subtle. Yeah. I'm gonna go.
Yeah, these are the pages that I read, and it's
take care.
It is different,
even though
also it's still like all lying under the surface.
From my cup of tea making.
Which America did he publish the book in?
I'm guessing the good one, right? I mean, that's where he lives.
The good one.
He lives.
The one of the
He lives in the good one.
At $900, I can't imagine it's the good one.
Well, man, $900. That's gotta be worth it.
Right, here we go. So I'm going to go to a section called Alyssa
Is it
Rosenbaum
not available on
Comes to America,
audible.com?
which is just a fascinating move. And if people
podcast
aren't following along with what I'm saying, what I'm getting at there.
Red salute and respect, brother. Or La Salam. Should it was red salute in Hindi? La Salam and respect, brother. I would join podcast with you, but I'm bus on my way to see my daughter. It's no stress, lad. It's no stress. I keep fucking passing out anyway. What's it? Love and respect, though, and pay love and respect to your daughter for me, and have a good time. What's it? Fucking buses, though, Fucking, they're always late, and they always bloody turn up as soon as you spark a cigarette. You stand there, you spark a cigarette, you're like, the bus is going to be 10 minutes now. I've already been waiting there 10 minutes. It always takes the piss, spark a cigarette, fucking turns up. Not only does it turn up, but you see two buses turn up, because what's happened is the bus has been that late, it's come by the time the next bus is meant to come. And now there's two of them. It's not only you gotta fucking put your cigarette out to get on the bus, but now you gotta decide whether which you want to get on the first or the second one that's coming round. It's always best to get the second one, because less packed, less people, less stress. But sometimes one of them will rather just go past the other one and fuck off. Like, so you might want to edge your bets and just get the packed one that comes first. It's all about risk. Public transport. It's all about risk. Especially with the coronavirus.
Alyssa Rosenbaum Comes to America. He's deliberately using Ayn Rand's given name to highlight that she's Jewish.
Oh.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Alyssa, cool. Wise.
I know it's an interesting little like. I do not like that I've been put in the position of defending Ayn Rand from anyone at any time in my life, but this sucks so bad.
I would say that, like, among the criticisms I would level against Ayn Rand, and there are many.
I wonder if he's chosen the worst of people so that it's hard for people to come at it, because then, well, you can just gaslight them that they're defending Ayn Rand.
probably wouldn't say that she is
Gaslighting is such a
tip
big
of the
problem these
spear
days.
of a Zionist takeover of the United States in order to make it into a capitalist country.
Oh, comrade, thank you.
Yeah,
We'll have to
probably.
catch
Yeah,
up
I mean,
later.
I think it was
Oh yeah, brother. Oh
fairly
yeah, brother.
capitalist
Hopefully
when she
I'd
got
have
there.
rested
Just
and be
reasonably
awake by
just
then.
a smidge capitalist. Alyssa Rosenbaum,
should have,
who
'cause
would
I
later.
Sorry, what
typically-
page is this? I'm just
Yeah,
trying
Oh,
to
yeah,
sure,
follow.
sure thing, but it's
3 hours.
101.
And I'll be sleeping in like now it's time.
And the
time I
file
finish
ends
this.
180055 if that helps too.
Ooh, this might be an under 4 hour
Alyssa
stream.
Rosenbaum, who would later be known
Let's
to the
see.
world as Ayn Rand, was born in 1905 as the oldest daughter of one of the wealthiest families in Tsarist Russia. Her father owned many factories and rented
Money.
apartments and had found a way to maneuver himself into the circles of power, while the Tsarist government, including the military, within the Tsarist government, including the military and aristocracy. It's
Is he like trying to chain up this like map of being like, well, some of the rich people in Tsarist Russia were Jewish, and then there are rich people in the Jewish ethno-state of Israel. So, like he's doing some like one-ton fuck around thinking here. Except this time, it's not even doing it about someone who's in Israel. He's doing it about someone who's just an American atheist who's of Jewish descent. I mean, fuck. It was a rampancy in this, but let's not get into that. It's a mute point. Being a Zionist doesn't make you a fucking cabal, and you can't tell me I'm sticking words in his mouth because he directly called them a cabal, not you know. But it's not a Jewish conspiracy. Mind the making out that the Jews are controlling the world through conspiracy, you know, one of the core standpoints of anti-Semitism in the modern era, was one of the things he left out of his "What is Anti-Semitism" chapter, a chapter that he decided to very tactfully put at the end of the book.
It's just a normal way to write.
And mind you, the whole reason that you do something like that is that by the time people have read through all your material and you get to that end point of the book, psychologically, it just affirmates what to believe and what not to believe, how to conclude what you're reading, to consolidate your points, because everyone expects the last couple of chapters of a book to be the conclusive and consolidatory parts of the book, the things that will solidify their understanding of what's going on in the piece of material.
Write about people. It's just normal. I love how normal this writing is.
Father, worm tongue.
Oh god. The time period in which Alyssa Rosenbaum. I feel like I'm reading someone dead naming someone right now. I hate it actually. Anyway, the time period in which Alyssa Rosenbaum was born is considered to be a dark historical period for Russian Jews. The Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion, so here we go, it doesn't get a mention in What is Anti-Semitism, but it does here in the section about Ayn Rand, was published by the Tsarist government, and many anti-Jewish riots called pogroms took place in response to its publication.
They were worse than riots.
I just would have described it slightly stronger than anti-Jewish riots. Slightly.
I would also go into what it is and why it led to those riots.
Yeah.
It's
It's kind of interesting that he just says that it was published, and then people were like really mad about the Jews and had some riots.
I mean, like in any other book, you could take for granted that the person citing this meant that like this publishing this book was what made it a dark period.
Well,
in this book, there's some eerie parallels between that book and this one.
There's an interesting thing I think going on, right? Where okay, so he does say that it was published by the Tsarist government, but he also said that Ayn Rand's father had like wormed his way into the Tsarist government. And then he's saying, like, they published this book, and then there were all these anti-Jewish riots. And you, a good materialist who knows your history, will know, of course, that, you know, only 5 years after Ayn Rand, only 9 years after Ayn Rand was born. Shit, I'm fucking it up again. Only 13 years after Ayn Rand was born,
this
with the Russian Revolution.
Monetized.
So, you could say he's presenting a narrative. You could say he's presenting a narrative in which people were having these anti-Jewish riots, and then eventually they rose up and they overthrew the government to create communism.
I don't know about that, Sophie. I mean, like, because in order for that to be the case, you'd have to see some evidence of him saying that some sort of Jewish ideology was the opposite of Marxism.
Yeah, that's true. You know what? And you know what? Only on page
not
101,
that I make any money or anything.
So
I'm
far
just
through
surprised.
the book, only on page 101, we haven't seen that. So there we go. So that's just not the case. I guess you're right.
I
Okay.
don't make any money, and I hope
Most
there
Russian
ain't
Jews
any
lived in
ads on my
segregated
channel.
villages, and
I
many suffered
advise
extreme
people to-
persecutions. However, the recollections of the Rosenbaum
Let me
family during
pause
this
this
period are
second.
not.
I know that people do it anyway, but I advise people to use ad blockers on my channel, regardless of whether I ever get 1,000 subscribers or how much it is for them to start giving you the 2 pence every now and then they give you. Use the ad blocker. Don't fucking watch the ads and give YouTube all that money. I couldn't give a shit, and I genuinely think that you should stop giving a shit about all the other creators that give a shit about that tap to that. You know, people who are in arduous struggle, that they should be having money donated to them just for the fact that they're in arduous struggle, not because they make some Ponzi videos on YouTube. No, Ponzi videos on YouTube should never be the reason why you ever pay anyone money. Like, let's say like someone's struggling with their food and all this stuff like that. You know, you help them out. There are plenty of people who are on YouTube who are like poor folk like myself who would ask for something like that, and they deserve that help. The thing is that most of these people that are complaining about these people are well off, they're doing well and things, or they've at least got what I've got, where they've got the standard benefits coming through, which means that they can at least put something to eat on the table, even if I am in crippling debt. The what's it? Shit. Can't remember what I was gonna say. Fuck it, onward we go.
Of extreme hardship, but extreme luxury and comfort. In the recently published
fuckers.
biography, Goddess of the Market suffered extreme persecutions. However, the recollections of the Rosenbaum family during this period are not of extreme hardship, but extreme luxury and comfort. In the recently published
fuckers.
biography, Goddess of the Market, Ayn Rand and the
Says
American
Caleb,
Right,
a guy
members of the
born in
Rosenbaum family
born
describe
into
servants
luxury and
waiting on their
comfort.
every need, so much that a family member never had to fetch her own tissue. This is like an ongoing thing, which is a prominent feature of anti-Semitism and always has been selecting the good Jews and the bad Jews. He is describing how most Russian Jews were facing persecution, but Ayn Rand's family. And then there's a few missing
They're
pages there.
establishing
So,
the other.
we get
Well,
along.
credit to that biographer. They did get Caleb Maupin to type right without it being in quotation marks.
True. Good point. Good point.
He uses a singular.
So unfortunately, the scan is incomplete, and so we skip about 20 pages there.
Right.
And now we're talking about neoliberalism as U.S. foreign policy. Despite such
What does he
horrific...
think quotation marks mean?
Like, it's been suggested in the chat that he thinks quotation marks are the same as triple parentheses, and I think that might be they might be on the money there. Despite such horrific effects for the population, Friedman's swift implementation of free market economic policies resulted in massive profits for Wall Street. With no labor or environmental protections, and the leaders of the labor unions exterminated, the profits of US-based... Your face did a fantastic thing there, Mildred. The profits of US-based copper mining corporations soared. The rapid transition of Chile toward a model similar to Ayn Rand's unknown ideal of capitalism became the model for neoliberalism in Latin America. It's just an interesting thing, like, because again, someone who's a materialist and an anti-American imperialist, I feel should understand that there is a difference between like free market capitalism in America and what Pinochet was doing in Chile. Like a smidge of a difference.
Yeah.
And that it was okay. In events that Pinochet supporters call
I mean, Pinochet is hard to pin down. Like, I would agree that there's a lot of reasons why that you could argue he's a fascist, but and there's certainly did a lot of corporatist reforms, but he almost like rides between fascist policy and neoliberal policy, but not the typical Western neoliberalism where it's half baked with social democratic rhetoric to make it look more appealing. But what's it? Und bis zum Mal haltet. Und Oh, I fell asleep. Shit.